Typically the way it works is it goes by season. So you start in the zone 1 regions, then you make your way through zone 2. And then season 3, you have the TACT ARCHERS. And then you have Babylon, which is like the Imperial City equivalent. Basically the way it works is it goes by season. So you start in the zone 1 regions, then you make your way through zone 2. And then season 3, you have the TACT ARCHERS. And then you have Babylon, which is like the Imperial City equivalent. Basically the way it works is it goes by season. So you start in the zone 1 regions, then you make your way through zone 2. And then season 3, you have the TACT ARCHERS. And then you have Babylon, which is like the Imperial City equivalent. Basically the way it works is it goes by season. So you start in the zone 1 regions, then you make your way through zone 2. And then season 3, you have the TACT ARCHERS. And then you have Babylon, which is like the Imperial City equivalent. Basically the way it works is it goes...
What's up everyone? Hello. What's up Fabio? What's up Lord Ferg? What's up Hannis? What's up Paolo? What's up Maggie? What's up Zygoff? What's up Dreamy? How are you, bro? It's good to see you, Dreamy. You're happy to merge with server 10 and we are merging with again server 10, 9 and 20 something, I forgot. 45, yeah, my bad. How's everyone? How's your day, people? What's up, Cop? I'm expecting great things today from what's it called? From Saint Louis. Doesn't Roland seem weird to you? Roland is bugged in swarming setups, which is a shame for warrior pikemen. But basically, Roland is bugged in swarm setup. Yeah, he doesn't heal in swarms, but he does heal in 1v1. But I kept testing Roland today, off stream. I finished the swarming tests, and honestly, he's not too bad. He really is like Cyrus, Roland, and Mensa. I tested different skill combinations, and the double metal technology, which I used in season 4, if you remember the video, guys, which we unlocked together, really is amazing. Sleepy? Hopefully you get some rest. Yeah, I tried Double Odyssey, it was not great. Basically, they activate at the exact same moment, and it doesn't change anything to Cyrus's DPS. Seems to take so long to die, yeah, exactly. I had, yeah, I rested pretty good. It's been a pretty weird day. I don't feel so rested. Basically, it's kind of, do you have, maybe you guys can relate to that. Does it happen to you sometimes that you know you have like an appointment or something? In my case, it's streaming. I know I'm gonna stream, you know, at 19 UTC. So I don't start doing anything. Basically, I don't want to start something that may take too long, because I don't want to stop and do something else for my appointment. I don't want to be cut off in the middle of what I'm doing, basically. So I'm just like wondering what to do, and I'm just waiting for time to go by. So I did some testing, obviously, but yeah, I had this weird feeling. Salut Rayback, merci bro. What's up, Mr. Willay? Been looking forward to today's test. Yeah, me too, honestly. It's ADHD task paralysis. Really? Or is it a meme? What's up, Austin? Thank you. I'll show you guys while my buddy SideQuest stops by. I'll show you what we have for today. Honestly, it's not gonna be that long. I'm gonna say it straight up. It's not gonna take... I don't think it's gonna take too long. Well, a couple of hours still, but... let me show you. So this is for today. Today is mostly gonna be... it's mostly gonna be... What's it called? Skill testing. The baseline is gonna be half of the test, because I'm gonna test Belisarius with different skills and DJG with different skills. So we're gonna test Belisarius, Ashoka, Elizabeth, Belisarius, Ashoka, Elizabeth with different skills, and Belisarius, Ashoka, DJG with different skill sets from DJG. But this lineup should not be too tanky, so it shouldn't take too long, hopefully. And then we're gonna have Saint Louis, Belisarius, Elizabeth, Saint Louis, Belisarius, DJG. We'll be taking the best skills we had above as results. And I also wanna try Saint Louis, Cyrus, DJG, Saint Louis, Cyrus, Elizabeth. Because Cyrus reduces might damage taken, so I'm thinking it might be good with Saint Louis. Obviously this is gonna be 1v1 test, so it's not gonna be the best for Cyrus, but I still wanna see how it goes. Just for the sake of it, I thought it might be funny. Kamani tested Pyrus and got wildly different results from you. Did he? What did he get? Did he get good results? You have an appointment and can't do anything else as you get stuck in anticipatory mode. Yeah, exactly. That's completely anticipation, yeah. So this is what we're gonna do today. I haven't done my archer list yet. I think it's blank for now if I have a look. Yeah, it's blank. So I need to do that later. Set Pyrus was basically Ramses, but can also do Rally. Well, for sure I tried... I mean, you guys saw me try Pyrus, right? So it's not like... I think Pyrus can be good, but he relies on rings. To me, Pyrus... is a whale lineup. Kind of similarly to Napoleon, similarly to Belisarius right now. Which is that the base lineup is unplayable if you're free to play or low spender, it's unplayable. but I think the lineup scales well with rings. So if he did test with rings, I'm not surprised. But I wouldn't go as far as say is as good as Ramses in open field. I really don't think so. Again, maybe for a Kraken, because you can burst someone down. But otherwise, not too sure about that. Miyamoto still better than Pyrus. I need to. I mean, I did a very small amount of tests. Miyamoto against Pyrus, and it was 50-50. Miyamoto is much more reliable than Pyrus. Pyrus is lottery. Sometimes you're gonna do good, and sometimes you're gonna lose money. And from my experience, you lose money more often than you win. But then again, you know, the lineup scales insanely well with rings, so... What's upside? Pyrus is Orange Jesus, yeah. So I know as a non, I mean, you could say I'm a whale, but I'm not like spending regularly these days. I probably will not get Pyrus because I know I would have to invest in rings that are very specific to the lineup, and it's just, I think if you don't go not all in, but if you don't put a certain amount of money and stuff like that in the lineup, I think it's. I don't think it's worth the shot. I don't know. I wouldn't advise it to my like free-to-play or low-spender players at least, unless they really focus on him. What's up, Deadly Ghost? How are you, bro? Pyrus. And I really wanted to like the hero as well. Like the hero seems to have great capacity, but again, he's made to be in rallies, right? We talked about that. He has scaling, he has stacking. He has a stacking mechanic up to 6 times, so it takes time to stack. He has he has stacking mechanic here with every 2 activations. The cascading ability here with his signature skill, so 35% chance, or 35% chance. The longer the fight, the more likely you are to see it happen. So then again, that is something that fits better in rallies. We talked about Confucius. Confucius is exactly the same. Confucius has insane healing, which is extremely valuable in rallies. More than damage reduction, I would say. Every 9 times this hero triggers blah blah blah. This is something that you would see more effective in rallies as well. You have a stacking capacity there. You have another one here. You have here you have a orangey mechanic that is going to be more useful in rallies than open field. So the fact that this lineup is so orangey makes it less interesting in open field, or either really it's gonna feel either really good or really bad. Because if you have bad orangey in open field, you're gonna feel like shit, like you wasted your money and stuff like that. If you get good RNG, you're gonna feel like the king of the world. There's not gonna be any in between, I believe, with this lineup. However, in rallies, you will smooth, you know, the probabilities. So it's gonna feel way better. So it is gonna be a very good rally lineup, I believe. But other than that, I feel like if you don't have... what's it called? What's the name again? If you don't have... fuck me. Skyward Knight, I would never advise this lineup. Salut Alba. What's up, Prometheus? Yeah, Roland, I've tested him again. So for those who missed the... Sorry guys, I've drunk lots of coke today. For those who missed the beginning of the stream, Roland is bugged in Swarm. So in 1v1 setups, he actually heals pretty good, very decently for a warrior pike hero. But in swarming setups, it does not work. So it is bugged currently in Swarm. You know, we expected some kind of bug, so this is pretty much confirmed. So I need to report it to the customer service. Maybe you guys could do it as well if you have some time. And I've tested Roland, Mensa Musa, and Roland in a couple of setups. And with double metal, it did really, really good. And that's with metal not leveled up. What do you think about Pyrus, Charlemagne, Theodora as a low budget option? Is it relevant? I would perhaps change Charlemagne for Scipio or maybe Zhuge Liang or something. If that's possible. Unless you have Theodora 5-star, I guess. What's up, Ahmed? Hello, Homopolis. Which new hero has excited you the most so far? Well, I was excited to see Pyrus. The results had me, I guess, a bit more disappointed. Roland is okay. I don't like his design, so I guess maybe that's very generic answer. But I think his design is very bland, so I didn't like him this much. Whereas Pyrus looks sick, so I was very excited to test him. I'm excited to test Saint Louis as well. I think Saint Louis has amazing potential. And I was happy to see Eleanor, simply because I'm coping hard as fuck, and I want to play Napoleon, so... With Confucius out, do you recommend Ramses or stick with Mia for swords? Well, that depends if you wanna... what's it called? Do open field or not. Oops. Alright, so the baseline are gonna take some time today. The baseline, I wanna basically retest the skills to see which ones are better, especially for DJG and Belisarius with no rings. But it should be faster, because this lineup is not as tanky and it does some good damage. Did you run Mensa plus run with Golden Odyssey on both? Yes. And it did not do that great, honestly. I mean, it did pretty much the same as one Golden Odyssey. I did not notice any damage buff. Confucius out. About what, Starlush? Okay, finally a lineup where we win, bro. Thank fucking God for that. Already you can see that it feels good. This lineup is pretty good without rings. So that's what I like, is it's a good base lineup that does decent. Unlike Napoleon, unlike Pyrus, where we saw that without rings they struggle, right? This lineup, even the baseline has pretty good damage and good synergy too. What are your thoughts so far? I haven't tested anything so far, Himadzi, I just started. Oh, I mean, I think he means Confucius out, as in Confucius released. Do you recommend? Yeah, I'm not too sure, Bizo, honestly. Satisfait pour les martial archers? Bah... En vrai, j'ai très envie de tester. I'm very excited to test more in global about martial archers. Honestly, I may regret this, but if I can invest a bit more in AoEM, I will play martial archers more consistently in global. It's very interesting to see the difference between these lineups, like with no rings. It's very interesting to see how... I mean, that helps to understand why some lineups are very strong with nothing, basically. And that also helps to understand why some lineups are whale lineups, because they performed very badly with nothing on them. I think Pyrrhus and Napoleon are two prime examples, as in, if you do not invest anything in these lineups, they are trash. Whereas this lineup, Belisarius, again in a non-counter matchup, does pretty good, with very little investment. His next season is not so hype, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of agree, in the sense that there's no real meta shift. I think we are still in a swordsman meta. Swordsman / cavalry. We are gonna see more Kraken lineups, like Napoleon. I think we're gonna see many more Napoleons. Maybe some Saint Louis as well, because of the incapacitation. But I think for most of the player base, it's only like gonna be optimization, like replacing some heroes for Confucius, replacing maybe Vlad for Roland or something like that. I don't think we're gonna see... Like, it's not a complete shift of meta, you see what I mean? There's no like hero that completely changes what's happening right now in the game. I feel like if I was a Kraken, I would play lineups that don't meta for fun. Yeah, I kind of agree. Don't these lineups need more investment since they all need to be 5-star unlike some other lineups? That is true also. Some heroes are worthless if not 5 stars. Not the new hero seems to excite me. I kind of agree as well. Like I said, it doesn't seem as appealing because it's not meta shifting, it's optimization. That's how I see the new heroes. They're gonna be here to optimize your lineup, that's it. But that's pretty much about it, to be fair. Experience is a showcase better in slot 3. I didn't even check where I put him. I put him second. I could have put him third, that's true, but... Yeah, Saint Louis could be something, I guess. But for archers, I have a feeling still, I haven't tested, okay, but I have a feeling that Suleiman is not the best fit to pair with Saint Louis. I think tactical archers are gonna be way better when we have a better sub DPS for Saint Louis. That's just my, I guess, gut feeling right now. I may be completely wrong again, but that's how I feel about it so far. Roland has been way better than Vlad for me, even with the bug. Like, even with the bug in swarming setup, Roland has been better than Vlad for me. Which is not a surprise, because I've always felt like Vlad wasn't the best fit for Cyrus. He's not a very good sub DPS. Vlad has that... I feel like Vlad is a bit similar to Bellevue about how I feel about him. He has some support thingies. Would I join the boot team now? I don't know. I don't know, it's tough to say. I would need to try again. But it's true that Vlad with me did pretty okay. Like Lubu, Vlad, Zhao did okay-ish. But Roland with double metal, I tried it this afternoon, did very, 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 very good. And that's with metal being level 0. So the double metal strat that we unleashed in Season 4 is still very valuable. It's actually insane the tankiness you can pull off with these two. And that's, again, with Roland being bugged in swarming setups. You think Ashoka is better in second slot? I think it... What the fuck is happening? I think it depends. I mean, I think it's... It doesn't matter too much, to be fair. The difference is minimal, I would say. Okay, I got my my ass clapped there. Interesting. We are already halfway through this series of tests, so it's way faster. I like that. Yeah, like my Belisarius has been sleeping there, not enough activations. Ramsey, Saint-Louis, Juguet en tacticien. Je vais tester plein de trucs avec Saint-Louis. Mais je mettrai pas Ramsey avec Saint-Louis, je pense. Abort last? Oh, okay. You sneaky bugger. I tested Tranquil versus Lofty on Warrior Pack and Tranquil did way better, maybe because skill damage reduction on the ring. Did you try in 1v1? Did you try on... in Swarm? Did you try... Messenger Ring of Deer and Tranquil Water on Cyrus? That's a very good setup, Deadly Ghost. I think the setup you just said right here, Deadly Ghost, is the best, like, low/mid spender option. Ring of Deer is pretty good, Tranquil Water is 1.6k, and MOD is like mandatory. I think one of my cats just went and took a dump as soon as I started the stream. Amazing. How's the music, by the way? Is it not too loud? Is it okay? Yeah, Ring of Deer is very underrated. Like, sure, there is some RNG to it, but even if the RNG is like not favorable to you, it's still a bit of a damage buff regardless and damage reduction, plus the passives from the ring, with the commanded damage buff, etc. I think there's health as well, I'm not too sure, I don't remember exactly. Makes the ring very valuable, despite the bit of RNG it has. And it's a good generic ring, so it fits on pretty much every lineups. It would swarm against 3 might enemies and 1 tactician, but the results were pretty flagrant, above margin of error. First, let's see for 3 seconds of the time. Okay. I'm actually not surprised. I think Tranquil Water is overall better in open field setups in pretty much any scenarios. And Lofty really shines with strategy lineups, I would say, where you make the most out of the might damage reduction. And the reason why Lofty isn't so good on warrior pikes, even if it's good, but the reason why it's not as good as Tranquil Water is this. Cyrus has built-in might damage reduction. When taking might damage, there is a 30% chance to reduce that damage by 8% plus might bonus. That line right here is basically a built-in lofty mountain. That's the reason why lofty mountain is not as good on Cyrus, on the Cyrus lineup, but it would perform better on a strategy lineup. So I think your tests are very good, not Lucas. I mean, I think at least the conclusion is good. $115, 18, 6. I'm thinking Celestial Spark will not be as good now if I swap Vlad for Roland. That's the one thing I'm a bit upset about. What's up, Supra? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. What about you? What's the best position for Vlad in Zhao, Lubu? Lubu, Vlad, Zhao, I would say. Vlad doesn't need to be any... I mean, it doesn't matter what the positioning of Vlad is, because he's a passive hero. What matters is the combination between Zhao and Lubu. Any clues on what types or specifications of the free hero announced, Isabella? No, we don't know, so sorry, Bear. In conclusion, is Roland even worth it, or just wait for next season? I think Roland is worth it, yeah. I feel like Roland fits better in the swarming situation. Roland fits better in the warrior pike overall, I would say. But to me, he's better if swarmed. So he's really better if you play on the strength of warrior pikemen. J'utilise encore Ring of Clover. Pas tellement parce que maintenant j'ai beaucoup de rings légendaires niveau 30 sur mon main, donc j'en ai plus besoin. Mais ça reste une excellente ring, un excellent anneau avec peu d'investissement. Just waiting for Roland. Oh, I won't change anything and just wait for Gilgamesh to save Vlad. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when Gilgamesh comes, it is most likely gonna be... You can probably... what's it called? I'm sorry, I'm losing my words today. It's kind of annoying. You can mark my words, clip it. I think when Gilgamesh comes, the lineup is gonna be Gilgamesh, Cyrus, Mensa Musa. I don't believe it will be Gilgamesh, Cyrus, Vlad, or Gilgamesh, Cyrus, Roland. I think it will be Gilgamesh, Cyrus, and Mensa. And if I'm wrong, I will make a $1,000 donation. Okay, giveaway. Sorry. I hope Peter doesn't hear me to fuck me up there. But any ideas on what rings Saint Ellie and Belly will run? I have a feeling that something like Crow will still be good. There is a chance that let me see. I think Saint Louis has pretty decent might scaling, so Ring of Serpent might be good on Saint Louis. Skyward Knight, I feel like is gonna be amazing. Skyward Knight, sorry. Mr. Willet, because he's active. That's the bit weird thing he has. Fuck! I wanted to check his might scaling. No, never mind. So not Ring of Serpent on him. Gilgamesh kills sounds a little strange though. Like he deals tons of damage based on the damage taken. Wonder how that will work. Yeah. But yeah, you guys know how much I like Mensa Musa, to the point where I remember when people often ask me, who do I max first? Do I max Cyrus? Do I max Mensa Musa? And my answer is always the same. If you can only max either Cyrus or Mensa Musa, max Mensa Musa. That's how good his 5th star is. The hero becomes legitimately 100% better. twice as good. Crow. Yeah, Crow is always good with strategy heroes, especially because of the commander stats that you steal. You guys think we will get one more wheel with Alp? I have no idea. I think so. I think so. I don't think we'll have new heroes yet. I'm thinking maybe next week. I mean, not the upcoming week, but the week after that. I may be completely wrong because I have, like, at the end of the day, I have no idea, right? I don't know what devs have planned. But I would expect another wheel of Season 6. I guess Warrior Swords will be quiet this season until Canute comes, yeah. I don't think Confucius would be a great, like, replacement to skip your Lagertha at all. Maybe for Krakens with King Arthur, you know? Maybe King Arthur, Confucius, and whoever might be decent, but I'm not even sure, to be fair. I wouldn't bet on that. But I think for us common mortals, I think Warrior Swords don't change at all. Ils ont pas dit saison 7 des rôles 27 avril? Ah ouais? We heard anything about ring resets? He's really needed. There's been leaks about it, but we don't know when it comes. I've given devs positive feedback today. Because, you know, criticizing doesn't mean always do so negatively, so I gave them some thoughts about how they handled the game recently. Mostly about this being very good. I told them that the rewards of the new seasonal thing are very good. Like, legit told them what I told you guys on stream. It's the first time I don't have to complain about rewards, and it's the first time that reading you guys, you are more worried about them nerfing the rewards than, you know, asking to buff them. Like, it's the first time we get really good rewards. So I told them people were kind of pleased about that overall, and like I also gave them my personal opinion about the fact that I feel pretty good about the fact that heroes this season do not seem too OP. I feel like some of them are good, they're good replacements, but they're not like turbo OP mandatory to get, you know? But let's test with this skill now with no double attack. So I told them that was pretty good, that after the tier 8, tier 9 catastrophe that they handled the things pretty well. And that I was hoping to see more of this kind of positive thing. And letting us test new heroes, yeah, I agree. So far it's W's on W's from the devs. I also told them that even if I was not a big fan of how they did merges, like the merges being forced, that it was still a good thing to have merges. So that, you know, my opinion does not really matter at the end of the day, that merges were still a good thing overall. So yeah, hopefully they stay on that course. And I also told them something, you guys can tell me if you agree or not. I told them the vibes are pretty positive right now, so do not release a pay-to-win update. You know, I was like, give us some time. I legit told them, let us be happy for a while, you know? So I guess we'll see. During Radiant Thunder, previously with the Belly Pike, but with Saint Louis, where is its home now? Maybe still on Belisarius, I don't know. But I think Belisarius needs Radiant Guardian, to be fair. So what I want to see is the DPS with Belisarius without double attack. In theory it should go down, I guess. Did they fix Ring of Crow? It's never been bugged, was it? Or maybe I missed it? Did you get the best combination for Ramses lineup? For me, it was Ramses, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang, followed closely by Scipio, Confucius. So if you don't have Zhuge Liang, if you missed it in Season 5, you can still get Confucius and play with Scipio. But that's pretty much it. It is theoretically possible if Gilgamesh deals all the damage he receives, then you pair him with 2 big healers. That is also possible, yeah. Similarly to what Cyrus does, by the way, Lucas, because Cyrus is so strong that he can out DPS. I mean, he doesn't need a sub DPS per se. At which level of Radiant Guardian should you switch from double attack to double damage on belly? I would say 20 to 30, and I would tend to be more on the 30 side. So that's why I'm redoing this test, because I want to see for a free-to-play how it compares. Last time I did the test, I had better results with double attack instead of crushing impact. And I can already see that crushing impact gives me better resistance, but lesser DPS, which makes sense because crushing impact reduces the enemy's might. Okay, I had a doubt, but so if you reduce the enemy's might, you will do less damage. Which of course works because Caesar is a might hero, right? That wouldn't work if it was a strategy lineup. You are right, we need these vibes up for at least the full stellar. Yeah. I mean, I told them if you want to release a pay-to-win update, which will happen eventually, let's not be naive. I told them the timing is important. Yeah. Yeah, if you play with double DPS skills like I'm doing right now, you need Radiant Guardian at minimum level 20 with you. I don't know if I should switch to double damage or leave double attack on. I think, Madzi, what you can do is play Saint Louis with, I don't know, a tanky or DPS ring, depending on what works. Belisarius with a tanky ring, a tanky open field ring, and Elizabeth or DJG with Skyward Knight. So you could save a ring, you could save Radiant Guardian. I mean, you could replace Radiant Guardian by a more support ring, such as Tranquil Water, for instance, or Ring of Clover. Just by replacing, by taking double attack. Salam alaikum, Virus. Okay, so on April 27 we have the new season format. So I don't think we will have the new heroes before April 27. But again, that's just my opinion. It could be very well wrong as fuck. Last question I have. For Cyrus, would you run healing gems on both Mensa and Roland? Yes. Yes. While Mensa does good passive damage, don't get me wrong, I do prefer the healing gameplay. Yeah, can you see already how I can really say like the lineup is much more tanky just thanks to the addition of Crushing Impact. So if you guys remember my older videos when I talk about this lineup and Crushing Impact overall on Hannibal as well, like if you remember my very old Hannibal video, I can see it right now. Like the lineup is 20% more tanky thanks to just Crushing Impact. Do we know how wheel commanders will be paired each week? No. Well, maybe the leakers know, but I personally don't. What do we have as new heroes again? Maybe we can theorize. So we have Eleanor, Confucius, Saint Louis. Oh, we have 3 tacticians. Okay, Confucius is MG, so it doesn't count. Roland. I think Saint Louis and Eleanor will be in a different wheel. To separate the 2 tactician heroes, to separate Saint Louis and Pyrrhus. That's pretty much what I could guess. Is level 20 to level 30 upgrade on RG worth it in terms of value? Honestly, I don't think so. You would have much more value upgrading Tranquil Water or something like that. Especially because the difference between Radiant Guardian and Double Attack, on Belisarius specifically, I feel like it's not worth the cost. That's also specifically why I did not include Radiant Guardian on my video about Belisarius in season 4, I think, because I tested with Radiant Guardian 20, and honestly, like it didn't blow me away, really. The way Belisarius works, the way he interacts, thanks to his signature skill, makes it so double attack is very valuable. What's up, stupid Einstein? You don't run Crushing Impact on Elizabeth? Do I not? Oh, I do. I guess it negates, yeah, I see what you mean. But the thing is, I'm doing this kind of on purpose. Crushing Impact is so good of a skill that even if you activate it twice and reset the skill, it's okay. Because the activation chance is very low on Elizabeth, so the chance of overlapping is not as good, not as high, sorry. Can you try enable Belisarius with Eleanor and Robin Hood? Maybe tomorrow or maybe on Friday, Alpha. Basically, I think today and tomorrow we are gonna finish the Season 7 heroes, like the basic heroes, right? So the expected lineups. And things like maybe Marshal Cav. Things like Tactician Cavalry with Eleanor or stuff like that. Or, I'm gonna try that another day. I mean, after everything like this is done. Double Attack is doing way better. By around 20%. So 20% difference just by swapping a skill is enormous, by the way. You really don't expect this kind of difference when using a different skill, but in this case, Double Attack does way better. You have basically less damage on... less DPS without Double Attack. But you are much more resistant. But the overall, the loss of damage, the loss of DPS makes it so overall Double Attack is better. What happened there? Oh, did we have a tier 7 shenanigan? Auto swap to sword? Wow. Okay, we are halfway through with the Ashoka Elizabeth test, and then we're gonna do Ashoka DJG and test some DJG skills. Sticky leaves by triple offensive over crushing impact. Triple offensive is not bad per se. But crushing impact is just so good, bro. And like I said, I can feel the difference here. do you know what the difference is in tankiness right now? In average, without crushing impact, the fights lasted 30 seconds, okay? In average right now, with crushing impact, which is a DPS kill, okay, with just a debuff, the fights last 40 seconds. So 33% more, which means that basically the enemy lineup deals 33% less damage to me. That is enormous. Imagine something like that in a rally. That's why I've always said Crushing Impact was amazing in rallies and amazing on Hannibal, because it is a skill with enormous team play value. I feel like triple offensive is much more of an egoistic choice, which is good if you want your Hannibal to be full DPS, right? So it depends on how you want to play. If you're winning each fight, doesn't that mean you are just dealing less damage? That is also true. That is also true. But remember that martial pikemen have very little damage variation. Martial pikemen will more or less do the same amount of damage to me. And I don't think I have any variation there. There's no damage variation. Elizabeth will pretty much consistently reduce the damage I take. Where is it? I think it's Tudor Rose, maybe? Yeah. So the only way I can reduce the Martial Pikeman's damage is with Crushing Impact. Which was not the case with Pyrus, etc., because we had Confucius, Zhuge Liang, which did not consistently reduce the enemy's damage or upgrade your tankiness. So here, the fact I take less damage overall comes from... I mean, the fact they do less damage to me, sorry, solely comes from Crushing Impact. Because I don't heal more. So I do less damage, but if I dealt less damage, I would just... I would lose more HP overall. Like the Martial Pikeman would destroy more of my HP and I would have a much worse ratio. So far the damage from Belisarius is pretty consistent. The fights are just longer, that's pretty much it. So my DPS is down. That is very true. .8, okay. But I'm lost in my explanation, I think. I completely lost track of what I was saying. But yeah, overall, Crushing Impact is an amazing skill. Of course, Crushing Impact has no impact, Rolf, on strategy lineups. That is the big downside of Crushing Impact. Whereas, while Triple Offensive is random, it's gonna have the same effect, whether it's against Smite lineup or strategy lineups. But the fact that it's random is already a downside in itself. Triple Offensive will be better with Louis because he has more damage. I think you will definitely benefit more from Triple Offensive damage increase. I think it's damage increase, right? Yeah, yeah. If you're lucky and you get onto that 32% damage increase or enemy damage taken increase, you will do more damage. You will benefit a lot more with Saint Louis plus Belisarius in your lineup. So that is very true, Madzi. I'm gonna try it with Saint Louis afterwards. Did I note this one too? No. 31. But it's very interesting, you know, well, it's not theory, but it's interesting strategy talks, right? Because A simple skill can change the way you approach your lineup. And that's what I love about AoEM overall, you know? I think in Ellie's setup you have a chance to convert your damage in which the resistance is lower. Yes, that is true. Triple safety will be better with... yeah, okay. What's your opinion on martial archers versus tactician archers? I haven't tried one against the other, but I feel like Napoleon is much more of a burst hero. But maybe Saint-Louis will change that. I haven't tested Saint-Louis as archers for now. More consistent with double attack? Yep. Aren't the rumors true about ring reset? It will happen? Apparently so, yeah. I meant TACT pikes on my first account, the biggest pet peeve. What does pet peeve mean? Is if you don't proc Belisarius skills early in the fight, you die quickly. Yeah. It is a bit random, but the fact that you have this here, every 2 activations, you know, once you start activating your skill, it's a bit like Ramses. You negate a bit of the randomness, but if you don't activate early on, you start slow. Exactly like Ramses. If Ramses takes time to activate his first commander skill, he's gonna struggle. He's gonna do way worse than he should. But once his commander skill is activated, you're good to go. It's the same with Belisarius. Once you activate your passive in your signature skill once, you're gonna struggle way less. It's getting much more consistent. Yeah, against Lubu is extremely RNG dependent. Belisarius has some RNG when he starts off his fight, so you will have very different results. If you do 50 fights, of course you'll have some, you know, at some point you'll have some of the randomness will be smoothed, but it is still a very random matchup. You can get very lucky or very, very unlucky, it depends. Yeah, it's crazy the difference in tankiness. Crushing Impact is such a good skill. For a Season 1 skill, it is a good skill. But then again, it's a secondary strike skill, so I'm not surprised. Which one worked best so far? Double attack. But that's with no rings. Of course, Freudian Guardian changes the course a bit. But the thing is not the interaction with the double attack, it's the interaction with Belisarius' signature skill that makes the double attack skill so good on Belisarius. Yeah, the good thing, we talked about it yesterday as well, is I'm expecting Saint-Louis to remove some of the randomness, because if Saint-Louis slacks, if Saint-Louis doesn't perform at first, you have Belisarius to maybe, you know, make up for it. And if Belisarius slacks behind, you maybe have Saint-Louis to make up for it. Yes, there is a ring on Caesar on purpose, so it does a bit more damage to me. So I can feel the difference between the healing and tankiness situations, villain. Basically, I need him to do damage to be able to compare the tankiness from the supports and stuff like that. I don't see good gems that fit for Elizabeth. Healing gems are good. But it's true, it's very minimal. If you put like 3 mythical healing gems, you will increase Elizabeth's lifesteal from 10% to 11% or something like that. So it's very... It's not the end of the... I mean, you know, it's not the end of the world. But for Elizabeth, otherwise, the best choice in my opinion, is strategy, health, and healing. I've also seen people play with triple offensive and pick turn-based gems. It's a choice. I think healing is better, especially for wells. Maybe turn-based if you play with triple offensive is better for lower spenders though. What ring would work best if you have Vlad in a Lubu March? I think you still need what's it called? Man, my vocabulary tonight. Nightwolf, because of Lubu. Lubu is still the gem, you know, of that lineup. Lubu is still the hero, the centerpiece. So Ring of Daisy and Nightwolf are still the go-to, and then you can play something like Ring of Bear or any tanky lineup as well, like Tranquil Water would work. Oops. 11428. Okay, I have to fill in these because I forgot. And then I see you guys are talking, so I'll come back to you guys in a second. I just need to fill that in. Afterwards, we're gonna swap onto DJG. It feels good to test Martial Pike, Tactician Pike. I like Tactician Pike. It's kind of a shame that they get shut down very hard by King Arthur. And that we see so many King Arthurs nowadays that it's much more common to see your Belisariuses be shut down. But if you guys main Tactician Pike, you guys see what I mean, right? When you play Tactician Pike in Rally and there is no King Arthur in front of you, it feels so good, man. You can see how strong Belisarius is in these circumstances. When you are not being counterpicked, it is so good. What about normal attack gems? As you can see here, that's a very good question. Prometheus, you can see here that the normal attack damage is not that high, right? Whereas the healing is 14k. So if you increase your normal attack damage by even 10%, let's say, here you would do 3000 damage. So you'd barely win anything. Whereas you can feel the number is way higher here in terms of healing. So removing the healing gems would have a greater impact on Elizabeth than adding normal attack gems, right? If that makes sense. With all the new healing heroes, I feel Elizabeth missing a few percentage of assimilation. What Elizabeth is missing, what I would have done, Triarch, I kind of agree with you with that. And that's always the same talks we've had since Monday. I've talked about scaling a lot. And there's no scaling there. So maybe something like 5% assimilation with a strategy bonus would have had a greater impact. Because she would have scaled for the future seasons. When she's level 180, like in a year or whatever, you know, she's gonna have more strategy, so she's gonna heal more, etc. So that's, I guess, one of the things she's missing is the scaling aspect. Her healing will not get stronger as you upgrade your lineups. Aside from healing gems, that is. What's up, Carisup? Sorry. What's up, Maria? Exactly, feels weird. Went for the turn base, but thinking maybe try normal attacks. Yeah, normal attack do not have as much of an impact as healing. At least from my perspective. Salut Dayton, comment tu vas? Là, j'avais pas vu que t'étais redevenu mode, c'est incroyable. In a rally, who would be better in slot 1, Saint or Belly? I think Saint Louis. We'll see Triarch, because we have to see who deals the most damage. But regardless, let me see. Did I miss him? Here it is. You don't want to miss on that, right? You basically, the good thing about Saint Louis and Belisarius, Saint Louis first. Saint Louis, if you put Saint Louis first, Saint Louis will benefit from Elizabeth or DJG's commander damage buffs. And it will also buff Belisarius, thanks to that specific line there. 10% additional damage plus strategy bonus. Which is big, by the way, that's at least 30% damage buffs. Whereas if you put Belisarius first and Saint Louis second, Belisarius will benefit from Elizabeth or DJG's commander damage buff, but this line of damage will be lost. So if you want to optimize, I think you have to put Saint Louis first. If it was like 10% damage with no scaling, maybe I would reconsider. But I think the buff is too good to ignore. Alright, so we saw that double attack did the best, so we're gonna pick double attack for the rest of the tests most likely. And now we're gonna see with DJG. DJG, we're gonna try 3 different setups. DJG, we're gonna try Peaceful Haven and Strengthening Fortification, which I think is the best setup for low spenders and free-to-plays overall. We're gonna try with no Peaceful Haven, so we're gonna try with Immortal Army and Strengthening Fortification. And we're gonna try with Kingsblade and Strengthening Fortification. There is a chance that Kingsblade does very good when you pair it with both Saint Louis and Belisarius. Yeah, DJG is a great hero. But she's very dependent on her 5th star, I feel like. I mean, her 5th star really is a game changer. So we're trying... Did I put the right skill? I think I did. Tu stream à fond en ce moment, madame est en vacances? Absolument, madame revient demain. How is Saint Louis might scaling? It's pretty low, it's like plus 0.65. What's up, Gianni? More damage is the only way to increase healings when they are scaling. That is true also. Press the like button. Yeah. Feel free to like the stream, guys. This is greatly appreciated as always. Ooh, it's interesting that DJG does not as good as... The tankiness seems to be way off the charts. Tankiness seems way better. But the damage seems lower. Let's see the activations for a bit. Shoka. Okay, wow, the healing is very decent. Yeah, I have a feeling like DJG, I think like DJG plus Peaceful Haven needs to have like some sort of Falcon or Sage of Judgment Ring, I feel like. I've always said Elizabeth needs to have 2 DPS, right? To shine. Because of the... because of her passive. Assimilation passive. So I really think Elizabeth will do good with Saint Louis and DJG. Well, with Saint Louis and Belisarius. But we'll have to see, we'll have to see. What lineups do you think you will play this season? I will keep playing my mighty... So on 119, which is to be soon era 48, I will keep playing my pikes. My warrior pikes. Miyamoto still, I think. Lubu as well. These are my my 3 like main lineups, I guess you could say. And I think, like I said, if I get enough money on AoEM, I'm not sure I will be able to economically, but I'll see. I will probably put aside my martial pike to play Napoleon. I know that's probably not a good idea, but Elizabeth's 5th star is pretty good too, I believe. Yeah, my 119 account is stronger than my 35, yeah. On my 35 account, I'll most likely play Ramses with Confucius and Zhuge Liang, and I think, because I pretty much stopped spending on 35, I will most likely focus only on Ramses and not spread myself onto multiple lineups, which is a mistake I did. I mean, it's not a mistake because when I was spending, when I was a whale on my 35 account, I could allow myself to, you know, to have multiple lineups. But now that I stopped spending, I'm free to play on it. It's not so good. Mia rally superior to Pyrus rally? I guess it depends. I think I think for a free-to-play, Miyamoto is way better. Or, I mean, for a low spender, Miyamoto is more cost-efficient, I believe. I don't even think it's a debate, actually. I'm pretty sure Miyamoto is way more cost-efficient. Miyamoto will shine with only blue and purple rings. Miyamoto is way less expensive as well than a wheel hero. I think Pyrus really shines for whales and stuff like that. Who is top 3 era in your opinion? 3017. And then, which is the one with 18 in it? I would say it's pretty strong, that one. With 18, 4 and 5. Era 10, yeah. On 35 I don't have a single tier 8, Lucas, because I'm still developing my purple tech. Can you share your Lubu lineup? On 119, because I'm a bit more of a whale, I'm playing with DJG, so Lubu, DJG, Zhao. And on 35, I'm playing Lubu, Timur, and Zhao. Ouais, si, c'est un peu galère la merde. J'aurais préféré en fait qu'il y ait un peu plus de temps entre l'annonce des serveurs et le merge en lui-même. Mais bon, c'est comme ça. En fait, j'aurais pas eu autant à stresser si j'avais merge avec les serveurs avec lesquels je voulais merge, à savoir 35 et 119. J'aurais pas eu à m'inquiéter à faire de la... Enfin, pas de la politique, mais à se dire, voilà, on sépare les territoires comme ça, machin fait ci, machin fait ça. Parce qu'en fait, je fais pas partie du leadership de 35, mais voilà, on se connaît, quoi, tu vois, donc je m'inquiète pas. Was Pyrus, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang? What's up, Don? Better than Pyrus, Confucius, Zhuge Liang. Let me have a look. Pyrus, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang. Or Confucius, Zhuge. I think the Charlemagne iteration was better. I think one of my conclusions yesterday on the Tactician Swords was that if you play Pyrus, Charlemagne really is a great addition. Yeah. It's not an enormous difference, okay? But I had better results with Charlemagne, Confucius, then Charlemagne Zhuge Liang, then Confucius Zhuge Liang. It was very close though. Pyrus replaced Ramses. I don't think Pyrus is as strong as Ramses in the open field, unless you get very lucky activations. And unless you're a Krakens, perhaps. I think Krakens are gonna replace Ramses by Pyrus, there's a good chance. Because he's much more of a direct hero than Ramses. Krakens don't like Ramses because he doesn't pop off directly. Krakens like direct damage. What's up, Nikki? How are you feeling, bro? You're feeling better? More Attila at all, Worthy? I think Attila is great. You can play, if you're free to play, you can play Hollow Spender. You can play with Attila instead of Timur, especially if you play in rallies. So something like Lubu, Attila, Zhao. That's very good too. What rank do you run on DJG on your 119? Sage of Judgment, but I may change for Ring of Bear. It is easier to 5-star and affordable now due to being an expedition hero. Yep. What are your thoughts now that Roland is coming to use Vlad instead of DJG with Lubu? I have to retest it. The issue I have is back when I did my Lubu test with Zhao, I did not include DJG. DJG being a season 6 hero, I believe. So she was not in my data. So I will need to redo the test and see how it goes. Sorry. But Vlad certainly did good, yeah, for sure. I mean, it was not too bad, but I don't know if it's as good as DJG. I guess we'll have to see. Okay, but not really enough to stream. Okay, well, get some rest, bro. Speaking of purple tech, I'm about to get hero level 2, 5 out of 5 finished. Bring me to level 140. When should I break purple research to chase tier 8? Low spender. I'm about to get hero level 2, 5 out of 5 finished. Bring me. If you play only one lineup, I would say maybe... I don't know, because purple tech is so good, bro. Like, the good thing about purple tech is the skill damage reduction at the end, and the skill damage increase. How was Sun Tzu compared to Pyrrhus? So, I'm gonna give context, so it does not get, put out of context. Pyrrhus did worse than Sun Tzu because I believe Pyrrhus is very dependent on rings. I think Pyrrhus, if you have very low investment on him, is garbage. Unlike, like we saw, Belisarius does pretty good with very low rings, like nothing basically. Pyrrhus seems to really depend on rings because he's so RNG. En fait, je remplis de la data exactement, Dayton. Là, j'ai des lignes entières, j'ai des milliers de lignes de shit remplies depuis le début de la semaine. Là. Plus de 2000, je pense. Oui, je fais à la main. So, Pyrrhus did worse for me than Sun Tzu because it's a no rings test. So, and also because it's open field. I feel like I explained earlier, to me, if you want Pyrrhus to shine, it needs time. Pyrrhus, Sun Tzu is more of a burst hero. Pyrrhus is also a burst hero, but he has scaling on pretty much every single ability he has. Here you have like every 2 activations, you have a bonus. Here you have like 35% chance that cascades down, you have 35% chance of 35% chance, etc, etc. Here you have stacking up to 6 times. You have a rally bonus. And if you play Confucius as well, which I think Confucius is the way to go in rallies, because of his healing. Confucius' healing is nasty. Where is he? Confucius also has stacking and scaling. Here you have a stacking ability every 9 times. Here you have a stacking ability for skill trigger chance up to 4 times. Here you have a stacking ability for damage taken, for damage reduction, sorry. Here you also have a 50% chance to heal more, so it's something that will trigger more often the longer the battle. So basically, these two heroes, I feel like, are more likely to do good in rallies, because they have more time to activate what makes them good. You have more time to trigger your luck, basically. Whereas open field, in like battles that last between 10 and 15 seconds, or 20 seconds at best, you're gonna get either extremely unlucky, and you're gonna want to throw your phone out of your window, or you're gonna get very lucky and feel like you're the king of the world. There's not gonna be any in between. It's gonna be Miyamoto, but worse, because Miyamoto, if you guys play Miyamoto, or Lubu for that matter, sometimes you'll feel like he does nothing. Because if Miyamoto does not activate his signature skill, he's one of the worst heroes in the game. He literally gets shit on. And that's gonna be the same for Pyrus, but worse. So, I feel like Pyrus is gonna be extremely ring dependent. And I don't think I would advise Pyrus for someone who does not invest a lot on him. Or at least makes him the main lineup. Krakens, do you use Sun Tzu over Ramses? Yep, because Krakens want instant burst. Especially in lineups where that matters. Because Krakens have an immense amount of damage. And especially when they swarm a castle, that also counts. If you swarm a castle as a Kraken, your troops will die the longer you stay on that castle. So you would rather want to kill fast with something like a Sun Tzu that does instant damage, rather than wait for a commander skill to activate. And if you're like a Kraken versus Kraken matchup, a Kraken's Lubu will decimate your Ramses before he even has time to do anything. What's your requirement on era 41 migration? I'm on 48, Cop, and for now we haven't talked about it yet with the server. What ranks would probably serve Pyrus lineup the best? I think Lofty Mountain is gonna be an amazing. I think Skyward Knight is gonna be a must-have. I think if you want to play Pyrus, you are going to want to play with Skyward Knight on Confucius or whatever. The reason being that you want this to activate as often as possible. I think Skyward Knight is going to be the one ring to level up on Pyrus. First of all, because it's an amazing ring. And second of all, because he needs it. At least that's kind of my conclusion based on the test I've had so far, is that he's extremely reliant on his signature skill. So you want to help him a bit with that RNG, with that luck. You want to push your luck a bit. So far, Elizabeth did better than DJG. But that's only one of the skill combinations we're gonna try tonight. Thank you, Don. I appreciate you, man. You do the Kraken Bal from server 20. He runs 3 lineups, Cyrus, KA in auto. He does extreme level against other Krakens. Yeah, not surprised. And also when you get lucky, make the most of it and do more damage. Yeah, 100%. I don't know Bal, no. I like the name though. You gave me a thought. Do you think that Louis' bonus damage when enemy units fall below 50% will count for citadels as well? Oh. I think so, Mazzy. I think so. Belly is underrated, yeah. Belly suffers from what Hannibal suffered in Season 2. If you let me explain myself. Hannibal is an amazing hero. Hannibal has a great skill set that no other hero has, even to this day. But Hannibal does not do as much damage as most heroes. He is a support hero. He's a very weird support hero. So when Lubu came out, he's been disregarded because he doesn't do enough damage to compete with Lubu. But that doesn't make him a bad hero. just like Miyamoto has always been a great hero since season 1, and people said Miyamoto was trash because Mulan shit on him. But that's how counters work. So Belisarius suffers the same fate. Belisarius is a great DPS, but he suffers a lot from the current King Arthur meta. If there is a single King Arthur in the enemy team, you will struggle. And then again, I've seen some excellent Belisariuses. I've never shown him on stream, but if I get a chance one day, I will show you guys one of the best Belisariuses I've seen, which is the Belisarius from YSG in server 10, soon to be era 7. I don't know what server that's gonna be, but soon to be another era. YSG is a Korean player. He has one of the best Belisariuses I've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if he can give a King Arthur a tough time. 17, thank you, Prometheus. What's up, Vampire? This is what I call baseline testing, Vampire. So if I want to see how good Saint Louis is, I need to compare him to previous season lineups. So I redo tests on previous season lineups, so I can see how much of an improvement he is, if that makes sense. And right now, another thing I'm doing many tests with different skills, just to reassess which skill pairing is the best, so I can test Saint Louis without having to worry about it. Is Skyward Knight for Saint Elie Belisarius lineup good at level 20? Yes. Skyward Knight is one of the few rings, just like Tranquil Water, that will be amazing even at low level. Even at level 10, even at level 1, I dare say. It's gonna be a good ring. Okay, let me fill that up, guys, and I'm gonna answer your questions. I see some of you guys are wondering. Thank you, Nicola. I was very happy to see that. I did not expect it. We've reached, sorry, 25k subs earlier today. We kind of jumped a lot. It's been kind of nuts. The streams have been massive since Monday. I feel like it's been a week. I'm not gonna lie. I've streamed so much lately. I feel like it's Friday, and it's only Wednesday. And like the chats and the enthusiasm and stuff like that has been amazing lately. So thank you guys a lot. Even the Discord has kind of exploded lately in terms of people joining. Don't you think Tribuana might work with Pyrus? I kind of agree with that, yeah. I wanted to give it a shot. I haven't done it, but I might actually do it, Kojin. Oh, and here he goes, lads. Thank you, SideQuest. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the, yet again, 10 gifted subscription. Oh, and Gio got one as well. Any reason why your enemy has the Caesar lineup? Yes, Koi, because turn-based skills and turn-based heroes in general are very stable. They're a very consistent lineup. They will do the exact same amount of damage every set number of turns. They will tank pretty much the same amount of damage every set number of turns. They will pretty much heal the same every fight, etc, etc. They are very low RNG, which makes them a very good lineup to test against, because most of the RNG will come from my lineup, not his. Oh, this one took longer. What happened there? Okay. So DJG tanks more than Elizabeth, but we have way less damage. Which is logical, because Elizabeth's damage given and Elizabeth's damage she doesn't ignore damage, but she transform the enemy resistances, kind of. Which gems on Elizabeth? There's no gem. This one, this is test with no gear. But otherwise, if you wanna play Elizabeth yourself, I do advise healing gems, health, and strategy gems. What's up, Go Wipe? Elizabeth bad one? No, Elizabeth is good. For now, she does better than DJG, but I haven't tested all skill combinations. I think Elizabeth will be even better with Saint Louis and Belisarius, sorry. I think we will continue to use all elf gems on Saint Eli Belly. I think so. I think so. How does it work if there are two lineups who are very strong, but they both kill off the Caesar army before you can measure a difference? So I go by... Basically, I take a couple of... I can show you what I take into account. Koi. Give me a second. Here you go. Is it zoomed in enough, by the way? So I can say a few things, for instance. So you can see, for instance, I can give you a good example, perhaps, Koi. So you can see here, so you can see maybe my logic. I tested Belisarius, Ashoka, Elizabeth twice with a different skill set. On this one, I tested double attack and conquering Iron Hoof here. And on this one, I tested crushing impact and conquering Iron Hoof. So the only difference there will not come from my enemy, because my enemy has the same exact skill set. He hasn't changed the thing. So the only difference in any of these results will come from the skill I changed, basically. So we can see, so I take into account this is purely for measurement. This is very helpful, taking, like here I know the damage done every time by each hero. This is specifically helpful when I try rings, because if you have a ring that buffs commander damage, I should see, in theory, an increase of Belisarius's percentage of damage done, right? That makes sense. So that allows me to see if rings work correctly. That's how I've been able to help things fix some rings, sorry. If I have a ring that increases my tankiness, I will see a higher duration of the fight. And then of course I take into account the ratio being overall a mix between the duration, the damage, and the DPS. So here, for instance, I can see that crushing impact has a very important impact on duration, on tankiness. You can see the fights are approximately 9 seconds longer with crushing impact, which means two things. First of all, I do a bit less damage, or I do as much damage but in a longer time frame. And that also means that my enemy does less damage, which makes sense because crushing impact reduces enemy might by a big amount, 80 plus might bonus, I believe. So if I reduce my enemy's might, my enemy being might based in this case, I'm expecting him to do less damage, and because he deals less damage, the fights will be longer. Which is kind of seen here. So overall the ratio is worse with this particular skill set, which makes me think that overall double attack is better with no rings. Then afterwards I can do a test with rings, the exact same setup, and the only thing I add will be a ring. And I will be able to compare and do something like I did. I don't have it here. But basically what I usually do when I test a ring, I will do the exact same test, and I will have a performance improvement from no rings. So it will be like damage plus X% from the baseline with no rings, duration plus X% from the baseline with no rings, etc. So I can see the improvement from using a single ring to not using any. So it is very time consuming, but that's one of the most precise ways I've found to compare lineups between themselves and rings between themselves on a particular lineup. I don't know if that was well explained. I'm sorry if it wasn't. But that's basically the thought process behind it, is baseline testing with nothing, and then you change one thing one at a time, which allows you to compare what's the difference before and after you change that one thing. Because if you change too many things at once, if you change one skill, one ring, and one hero, let's say, what lets you know where the difference comes from, you know? Like if your lineup does better but you changed 2 skills, 1 hero and 1 ring, sure it does better, but is it because of the hero? Is it because of the ring? Is it because of the skill you changed? So doing things like that is more time consuming, but I feel like it's more precise, even if it has flaws, obviously. The fact it takes so long is one of them. What's up, Butcher? And I also explained here that you can see that my enemy has 1 ring. That's on purpose. First of all, because this ring is not RNG. It's gonna be the same every time. There's no activation chance, whatever. This is like a flat bonus. It's not scaling or whatever. And I need him to do damage, because if he doesn't do any damage, I will not be able to see a straight difference between my support heroes. That's how I'm able to see that Confucius deals more healing in general than Zhuge Liang, thanks to the amount of damage I'm taking from the tests. One more, and then we're gonna swap skills. So here the baseline is a bit more, takes a bit more time, but it's important to see the difference. I feel like Peaceful Haven is not... She doesn't activate it that much. So it would be... I think Peaceful Haven would be better with a ring like Sage of Judgment, Ring of Falcon, with more healing to be triggered. Oh, 137. Ratio is the difference between the troops lost. So here the ratio is 1 to 1.2, which means that he lost on average 1.2 times more troops than I did. And the fact he lost more troops than I did is kind of a mix between the fact I did more damage than him, or I tanked better than him, etc, etc. So the ratio is overall a matrix that lets you say, okay, this is more effective overall. So far, Elizabeth is better than DJG in this particular setup, because Elizabeth has more commander damage. But we'll see when we test Saint-Louis. Saint-Louis may change things. And also we'll see when we change skills. Oh, there's no stupid question, Koi. There's only curiosity. I really think Strengthening Fortification and King's Blade might be very good when we try with Saint-Louis. I feel like King's Blade will gain a lot of value from having Saint-Louis into the mix. I may be wrong, but we'll see. It's Immortal Army and not War Tactics, my bad. Immortal Army. Right? So only 2 more configurations to test, and then we can hop on Saint Louis. I'm very excited to test with Saint Louis. What's up, Horn Doggy? Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. En temps de l'altitude marche sur DJG. C'est Lofty Mountain, c'est ça? Oui, absolument. And I can't wait for a One Piece chapter this week. What's up, Dandy? Yes, copy is here, but it's getting cold because I'm talking too much, guys. We are interacting too much. What is this stream, bro? What is the streamer talking to his chat? Oh, okay, that's the first loss, by the way. So already you can see the difference without Peaceful Haven. I'm talking so much, my coffee is getting cold. That is unacceptable. Sorry. Yeah, you should feel sorry. Nah, I'm kidding, of course. I think I ran out of energy drinks, though. That is a shame. But I have some Coke, so you know that makes up for it, I guess. The streamer life, you know? The streamer diet. Is there a reason you're testing with tier 1 against instead of tier 7? Yes, the main reason is that we have a limited amount of training speedups in the Pioneer server. So tier 1 is less expensive to train. It's also less expensive to heal, and as you can see, I'm running very low on healing speedups. And it's the same reason as why you can use a ring. It's that tier 1s will... The difference between tier 1 and tier 7 is linear. It's linear, sorry. Tier 7 will be, I don't know, like 60% better than tier 1, let's say, you know? It's never gonna change. Tier 7 are a fixed amount of attributes. Tier 1 are a fixed amount of attributes. So if I were to do the test with tier 7, I would get the exact same result. With... there would be no variable, basically. Because he would be 60% stronger, I would be 60% stronger. And, you know, that would be it, basically. Yeah, I'm trying to find the right words, but it's... At the same time, it's not easy to find the right mathematical words, I guess you could say, from French to English, because I don't necessarily have the vocabulary, so I'm trying to explain as best as I can. Hopefully it's understandable. Holy, it was a very strong fight here. Okay, the good thing is that Warrior Swordsman will most likely not change in Season 7. So even if I bring out my Season 6 guide, it's gonna be the same in Season 7 for Warrior Swordsman. So people who want to optimize will still be able to do so. In how much you done with baseline testing? I need to finish this one, Vampire. Then another one. So overall I have 25 more battles to do. And then it's Saint Louis time. I've been running some tests with Lubu, DJG versus Vlad. Vlad is more power and more RNG. Yeah, and Vlad also is better when you're being swarmed. Because he's a, he's a counter-attack hero. Which puts Lubu in a weird position, I guess. Because Lubu doesn't really want to be swarmed. Because Lubu is not particularly tanky. Lubu is blow your enemy up or get blown up. There's rarely an in-between with Lubu. Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge will doable. Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge is very, very good, yeah. It is actually... Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge is the best setup in Season 6 for Ramses. It's not the best in Season 7 anymore. You can replace Scipio by Confucius. But if Confucius is too hard to get because you're free to play and you don't want to 5-star a hero from MGE or something like that, then you can absolutely keep Scipio and Zhuge Liang. The difference is not so big that it makes Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang out of touch with the current meta, basically. Thank you, Down. I think I'm trying to make my testing make sense. To be as... how would I say? I want it to be like as... I guess I'm following kind of my... because I used to work as an engineer, I had some engineer courses. And I'm trying to be as mathematically... straight as possible in my research, I guess you could say. It's a bit word, but I'm just testing in a mobile game at the end of the day, so let's not make it sound like something it's not, but I'm trying to be professional. And even then, you could say, like, statistically, I should make 30 tests instead of 20. You could argue that 20 tests is not enough, and 30 tests is the bare minimum to be considered as reliable. But I just wouldn't, like, it's already time consuming. I just wouldn't have time. Like, every test is between 30 to sometimes 2 minutes for a single fight when you test with warrior pikemen. If I had another 10 tests, it's just not possible. So I came to the agreement with myself that 20 would be sufficient. We have thought about accumulated error and engineers like that, yeah. Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge with double peaceful haven. I didn't have good results with double peaceful because it doesn't stack. So I use it on Confucius, because Confucius triggers his healing a bit more than Zhuge Liang. I could do Lucas. I did it for my Warrior Pikeman guide a long time ago. I shared it with SideQuest as well. I think that's one of the reasons why SideQuest did more testing on Vlad. I think you went kind of heavy on Vlad first, SideQuest. Because of the full testing I did with the rings and stuff like that. Esigam, will there be a chat on Discord after the merger? I think so, yeah. It's been in discussion with the Era 48 leaders. And I think we'll use, if they agree, of course, we can use my Discord server because there's already an Empire chat and stuff like that. So I would just need to create roles for everyone, which wouldn't take me so long. What's up, Anne? Anne from 110, I believe. 2.4. 37. 128. 12. 2. Coca Albator. I know, I remember watching the stream like 10 times, yeah. I think that was the first time I ever showed my my actual sheets and stuff like that. Because I don't think people realized the extent of what I was doing off stream. And that's normal, because if I don't show things, you know, it's not something you can expect, right? But yeah, basically every guide I did like 1 year ago or whatever, or basically a condensed summary of all of this testing. It's basically, the guide is basically a conclusion from my testing. I didn't watch part 2 of Stacked Swords. What's up, Mr. Stereo? What's the verdict now? Pyrus bugged. I think my verdict, I guess I could say, is I don't think Pyrus is bad per se. I just think he's very, very ring dependent. I think Pyrus is gonna be one of these whale lineups that do very well, but requires you to make that lineup your main focus. If you don't do it, I feel like it's gonna be not very good. And I also feel it's going to be way better in rallies, obviously, because of the RNG that keeps stacking up on that hero, plus the stacking mechanics on both Confucius and Pyrus, which are things that usually tend to be better on longer battles, which is more suited for rallies. I really see Pyrus like kind of a Napoleon lineup, in the sense that if you don't invest on it, it's completely trash. But past a certain point, with like rings level 30/40 on pretty much every hero, it's starting to pop off, basically, and coming on top of some other lineups. And I think that's gonna be, when I make my guide about Pyrus, I think that's gonna be one of the not warnings, but you know, one of the things I warn people about, right? Is if you wanna do it, you can, but it has to be your main focus. I don't think we will understand Roland until Gilgamesh personally. Well, one of the things I noticed, I mean, it's not I noticed, I talked with Alucard, an amazing Arabic streamer, and he tested it in 1v1, which I have not done yet. And Roland's healing is bugged in swarming setup. That's why in all of my testing, you noticed that Roland's signature skill and customizable skill did not heal, but it's only a swarming bug. It's not bugged in 1v1, and he actually heals pretty decently in 1v1. And the funny thing is, I had good results with Roland, even with his healing bugged. So when he's fixed, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see when I test him in global. It's gonna be interesting to see how far we can push him. Apparently, MGE will have up to 50 winners. I haven't shown properly my 20 damage calculator. It covers all types of damage with activation chances. Oh, really? Yeah. Is Roland worse in Pioneer or better? I did a lot of testing and the Cyrus Roland Mensa outperforms Cyrus Vlad Mensa. Yep, I agree, B-Power. It does outperform, yep. It was good because it was nice to hear that the rings was 15% better than another. And one thing I wanted to do as well, Lucas, that I have not done, is I wanted to, because on my test, like it says, like Messenger of Destruction level 40, for instance. I wanted to do another line in my Excel sheet to break down the ring, so level 40 is equal to a certain amount of light... what's the material again? A certain amount of fine gold. So I wanted to do something like this ring is 10% better, like is X% better per fine gold invested. But I didn't end up doing it. I was a bit lazy, I have to admit. But I wanted to go that far, like give an estimation of the ring's additional performance, like on the value of the ring per fine gold invested. And I think I may include it in my future test, actually. Because all I need is to do it once, and then I can make it mechanically, basically, with Excel. I completely agree, Sneaky. The fact that it's a kind of a counter-attack mechanic, or a reaction mechanic based not only on auto attacks, but on skill damage, makes Roland an amazing hero. And I've noticed it already. The tankiness from Roland plus Mensa Musa is absolutely off the charts. It is an extremely tanky lineup. And that's with Roland healing being bugged as well. Is ring reset coming? Apparently so, but we don't know when exactly. It's in the files. It's in the Peter files. From a very special island. But we don't know exactly when it's gonna come. But it's already in the code, so it's basically ready. They might be playing it safer on pikes, as when Saros dropped, it was beyond OP. Yeah. I remember that one stream I did in Kingdom 1 versus Kingdom 2, I still remember. When I was not even level 140, I did not even touch the purple tech tree, and I was completely annihilating entire towers on stream, and it was nerfed soon after that. You think Roland and Mensa Musa double metal within skills fix is too much healing? Like you'll hit the cap? I don't think you'll hit the cap. Because they're both time-based, basically. If it was healing every second or something like that, like Elizabeth, perhaps you would hit the cap. But I don't think you would with metal. With Ron joining and making it more taking that bad, do you think we still need tranquil water on that march? I think so, because we don't have any peaceful haven. In that lineup. I mean, yeah, this I can understand, Lucas. I have like 5 level 10 trash gold rings I need to reset, yeah. Apparently, again, so don't quote me on this, according to the leakers, so according to the people who data mined, the ring reset would not give back 100% of the resources. I think that's what they said. It would give like a certain percentage, but it would not give everything back. I don't know how true that is, but that's what the leakers said. Yep, absolutely, Dandy. But I didn't end up doing it for my warrior swords, my warrior pike. So I just kept it as the, like, it's 40% better, you know. You have that same info? Yeah. Do you think Krakens will use KA and Pirates together in rallies? I think so, yeah. Actually, I think they could even replace King Arthur with Pyrrhus, so they can use King Arthur in the open field more consistently. This may be something we would see. Because King Arthur does well in the open field, right? He's broken in rallies. But if Pyrrhus is as good in rallies as Kraken King Arthur, then maybe they could use their King Arthur in open field and their Pyrrhus in rallies. But that's completely hypothetical. After map refresh, will all fives be able to choose the region they wish to start from? Yes, because you can put down... wait. Is milestone or milestone reset? Because you should be able to put down a stronghold anywhere on the map, but you need a certain milestone to do that. Yeah, absolutely, Sneaky. There's gonna be gear to level 140, etc, etc. Like, we know it's in there, but we don't know when it's gonna be released, basically. It could be in a year, or whatever, we don't know. Alright, so far, Immortal Army, by the way, and Strengthening Fortification, or whatever the name is doing very good compared to Peaceful Haven. So Peaceful Haven and DJG is not that interesting. That's very funny to see. That's because I don't think she activates it that often. Yeah, like she would have activated only 5 times here. And that's for a free-to-play, so... I mean, that's for an account with no gems, no rings, no whatever. Ah, yeah, gem residence, yeah. I need some advice. I'm main Ramses as my only march. So have a lot of investment in him. Will you suggest me to get Pyrrhus to be dangerous in racing areas? I think that's actually pretty good, yeah. Because the difference between Ramses and Pyrrhus is basically non-existent. You can swap gear and do the exact same thing. You can swap rings and do the exact same thing. And you can use the exact same supports. Except that, you know, maybe Charlemagne is a bit better with Pyrrhus. But if you run Confucius, Zhuge Liang, you're still gonna kick ass, so... Ouais, mon guide de débutant, c'était un délire. Hein. My beginner's guide at the beginning of the game took me more than a week to write and make. C'est si la guérison des malus de Immortal Army s'applique sur des états comme déroute, brûlure ou autre. Je crois que c'est juste la perte d'attributs, non? Je sais plus. Ouais, c'est genre la perte d'armure et des trucs comme ça. Yeah, Confucius heals an enormous amount. What's up, Masson? Everyone I ask is a different answer. We might randomly be put somewhere on the map. Well, I'm not too sure, Masson. I know for sure that you can build your stronghold anywhere on the map past a certain milestone. But I think that until you can swap regions, until you can swap zone 1s, I think you cannot build a stronghold outside of your region. However, hopefully they give you, you know, like at the beginning of the server, they have these, what's it called? They have these free teleports. If the devs are smart, I think they will give us something like that. And otherwise, there is a chance that you start on the same region you started when you created your account. So in my case, that would be Tinir, for instance. Alright, last DJG test with the baseline setup. Let's try King's Blade. So less healing, a bit more damage. And then we are going to test Saint Louis. Players change region to get on top 1 alliance. Yeah. Yes, at least one thing I know for sure is even if you start in a different region than your alliance, once the stronghold has been placed, you can use a blue TP to go to it. Or that free teleport. No worries, Mr. YouTube watcher. But I agree, Masson, I guess we'll see tomorrow. I know that's not probably not the answer we want, but... What skill for Mensa and Roland? Double metal didn't stack, I think. No, double metal works. Because if double metal wouldn't work, you would not see any healing on one of the skills. Someone sent me all the pics from the bundles. Yeah, I saw them on the on AoEF as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised here. Vlad has never been Vlad was an upgrade to Pikeman, but it wasn't like a crazy upgrade. Era 1 is pretty doomed, no? Do we even know if milestones reset for the merges? So here is 1710. Here you go. Cross-region alliance. 13 days after the beginning of the server, it is. So if milestones reset, you cannot have cross-region alliance before 13 days. Oh, I lost that? Golly. Go, 1 divided by 1.3. 0.8. The thing I don't like with Kingsblade on DJG is that you don't like... There's no good rings then. There's no good gems, sorry. I think it will not reset since the building will be sped up. I have no idea. That would make sense indeed. Do we know how long until the next... Yeah, it's 2 weeks. So 2 weeks. Until the milestone par rapport au build du flag. Okay. Or maybe there's some milestones, but custom milestones, sorry, for the merge. I have no idea. Honestly, with the Pioneer server, I haven't paid that much attention to anything aside from the Pioneer. What's up, Devil? Let me have a look, Sneaky, real quick. Maybe it's an announcement or something? Empire merge rules. All resources are retained. Blah blah blah. I don't think they say anything about it. What's up, Unseen? Okay, we have 16 more and then we finally test Saint-Louis. I'm expecting great things from Saint-Louis. Is it smart to skip Roland? I think if you are playing on multiple setups and warrior pikes are not your focus yet, then yes. Because I do have a feeling that Roland will not make it when Gilgamesh is here. I may be wrong because the skill damage reduction is... I mean, the interaction with skill damage is pretty good on Roland's part. But then again, I will need to retest. Can't wait to do that. Roland, because he's currently bugged in swarms, he doesn't heal. But I'm still pretty convinced anyway that Mensa Musa stays. Like, you know, we've had that conversation a couple of times. I don't see how Vlad would stay over Mensa Musa. Milestone is reset and replaced by World Expedition. Okay. There is a reset. Yeah, I tested it as well, and I had better results with Mensa than Vlad, but again, to no surprise. No surprise at all. It was like, how much is that? 25% better? with Mensa over Roland or something. With Mensa over Vlad, sorry. And with double metal, it was nearly twice as good, yeah, indeed. I did actually sneaky. I did it off stream. I did it this morning. It was not that good. It was not that good. Vlad did better than Boudica, at least, for sure. So that's one of music, no? Do we have any One Piece enjoyers in the chat? Yeah, Boudica is like that very basic hero with very basic skills, but she does well at, you know, she does her job decently, basically, for, you know, she's meant to do damage, she's very basic, but at least, you know, she does it well. You will be king of the pirates? Nice. This is what, this is, yeah, this is one of him, okay. Are you guys watching the anime only? Are you manga readers only? Are you both? Are you live action only? Because right now we have live action watchers only. And some people started One Piece thanks to the live action. Je trouve One Piece un peu surcoté. Alors, l'anime je peux comprendre, le manga... Non, je trouve pas que c'est surcoté. Mais je peux l'entendre. Enfin, je sais que c'est une take qui est pas si rare que ça de dire que One Piece c'est surcoté. C'est même devenu un peu commun, j'ai envie de dire. I've done live action, 102 anime, rewatching Ritual Fillers. Holy. Live action was great. Anime only, but not One Piece, that's scary big, yeah. I think there will be a remake of the anime by WIT Studio, if I'm not mistaken. I think I watched One Piece's anime over 10 times, I think. That's how hooked in I was at some point. But that was before Fishman Island, I think. Like the pre-time skip, I watched it minimum 10 times. Well, yes, some people didn't know, sorry, or try One Piece before the live action. But honestly, the live action being this good for live action, right? I think it's fair to say that the One Piece live action is, I mean, compared to the rest of the live actions we've seen, is one of the most interesting one and one of the most reliable one, and, you know, fan favorite ones with lots of how do you call that when you have, you know, things hidden, Easter eggs and stuff like that. Like, you can tell that the people who made it actually like One Piece and don't see it as a piece of media to squeeze money from purely. Like the people who made I think it's the first Avatar live action, people who made the Dragon Ball live action, the whatever live action, are American people who don't care about any of the Japanese stuff. They don't give a shit. They only see money to make from it. And they don't give a crap about, you know, being like faithful to the manga and stuff like that. Whereas One Piece, they took the actors and stuff like that. The actors are great. It's actually also a bit monitored by Oda himself. Yeah, exactly, Lucas. So you can tell there's love behind the project. Yeah, I agree, Sneaky. Yo, do we do a 1-year marathon stream where we binge watch One Piece? Let's go. And die of dehydration. He'll be there. Yeah, when I was at school and stuff like that, when I came back home, that was like my breath of fresh air, you know. Watching One Piece. Escaping reality. Call me a nerd, I don't give a shit. I'm doing maths on a mobile game, so at this point, I can accept anything. Oui, bah oui, je pense qu'ils vont faire beaucoup de saisons hein, du live action. Il fonctionne énormément et les gens adorent, donc... Did you ever get into solo leveling? I actually read the manhwa before it became popular and was adapted into anime. But I haven't watched the anime, no. I only read the manhwa. So I'm sorry if I mispronounce manhwa, because I don't speak Korean at all. Probably have to be private stream, copyright issues, yeah. Or you have to watch it but in reversed, you know, like you reverse the image. Yeah, I agree, Sneaky. I feel like the actors and stuff like that are so amazing. More excited about Stargate on Amazon than anime. I mean, it's completely a matter of taste. I can completely understand that, you know, that perception. That's also what's great about, you know, art, media, and stuff like that, is that there's taste for there is taste for everyone. C'est l'adaptation de God of War? Pas du tout. J'ai jamais trop joué à God of War, donc... I was too young for Ken, yeah. J'étais beaucoup trop jeune. Yeah. Solo leveling manhwa is solid, yeah. And it has an end as well. When you've been reading One Piece for 20 years like me, reading something that has an end feels very good, actually. I'm not a big fan of isekai in general, but I guess solo leveling, you know, was pretty good. I've been watching, and I need to read as well. I need to read Sentenced to be a Hero. If you haven't checked Sentenced to be a Hero, it is a very good anime. And the manga seems very good too. Yes, for your 5 tests of Saint Louis, sorry. Lord of Mysteries? I haven't. That's overhyped. You mean solo leveling or Sentenced to be a Hero? I haven't checked the manga. I need to read it. I want to read it. But so far it's been very good. Have you just watched the anime or have you read the manga as well? Sentenced is OP. Yeah, I've liked it very much. Watched only anime. I don't know, I liked it. And the lore seems to be kind of nice too. DBZ fan from back in the day. Only watched English dub. Holy. It's been so long since I've watched DBZ. That feels very weird to say DBZ. Is that how you say it in English? DBZ? Because in French we don't say Z, we say Z. Like the League of Legends character, Z. Z feels very flat to say as a Frenchman. That feels very, very bizarre. I feel like I'm missing something. So in French we say DBZ. So DBZ feel like I'm missing something. I don't know, it feels weird. I'm still hoping for Vinland Saga Season 3. I need to rewatch Vinland Saga. You're really cautious, but Overpowered Hero is such a funny anime, it just makes fun of anime in general. That's kind of how One Punch Man started as well. But sad, like, for those who don't know, One Punch Man is an adaptation of an adaptation, kind of. And the base One Punch Man, which is called One. The name is not One Punch Man at first. Is not the same as the adaptation. The One Punch Man anime is based off the One Punch Man adaptation of One, and the guy who did the adaptation took some liberties to make it more anime friendly, hype friendly, stuff like that, you know, like big fights, and so it's not the real soul of the base One story. Saint-Seiya ou DBZ? J'ai pas vu Saint-Seiya. Bro, the season 3 is Have you guys seen the Garou slide? There's been so many memes about that. This is the Canadian way too. Especially in Quebec, I'm assuming. Slide Beast, yeah, the legendary slide, yeah, that was cinema, but reversed cinema. Gundam Wing? Holy. I think Gundam is still big, but in Japan. I'm not too sure. There are things like that are pretty niche. It's like, what's Ken le Survivant in English? Feast of the North Star, Hokuto no Ken. Hokuto no Ken kind of disappeared from, like, in Western medias, but it is still so fucking popular in Japan. When is the Roland test? The Roland test was yesterday. Okay, final test with this setup, and then we can jump onto Saint Louis with the best results we've had. So far, DJG with Strengthening Fortification and Immortal Army seems to be doing the best. I can give you a short answer, Keskins. The best results I had was Cyrus, Roland, and Mensa Musa. But currently, Roland is bugged in swarming situations. GK when Gojo is in the subway in this Infinity, yeah. One thing I think GGK is nice, but the anime adaptation is weird because you have these weird fight explanations during the fight with that narrator, which you can feel you can it's okay in manga because it's it's reading material, it's paper. But having to focus on an explanation during a fight feels very unnatural, I guess. Like when I'm watching a fight, I want to understand what's happening without having to be explained what's happening. The rules, oh boy, don't start me with this. I'm not sure. I think I still haven't understood fully the rule thingy. We're starting with Elizabeth. I need to heal. I think the anime did a very good thing with GGK. JJK, sorry. With the guy who's a lawyer. They did so good with him. I forgot his name, but he's so well represented in the anime compared, like, he is well in the manga as well, but they did such a good job in the anime. Saint Louis is a wheel hero, yes. You think Paris is bugged? I think it's just low chaining, and I think he's very I think he relies a lot on rings as well. Go wipe. So with Saint Louis, I'm doing Sacred Flame Judgment. And I'm doing Strategies Master Gift, Belisarius Double Attack and Conquering Iron Hoof, and Elizabeth Crushing Impact and Tudor Rose. I think in the current season it's very tough to play Cyrus unless you really invest a lot in him with some legendary rings. But we never know what the future holds, right? I think Ramses is in a pretty good spot this season. Is March gets much better with ring? Yeah, I would assume so too. It's already not bad compared to what we had before. Let's see if it's consistent. 32 seconds too. I want to see the damage comparison. Oh, okay, it's like, okay, 50-50. Interesting. I will try triple offensive, yes. That is a very good point. I wanted to actually do that. So Tudor Rose. So this is Tudor Rose, Crushing Impact. And I'll try another one. I just need to insert that. Here we go. I'm gonna save before I do anything stupid, first of all. Here we go. Insert. And I'm gonna try as well with Tudor Rose and what did we say? Triple offensive, so TO. But I think triple offensive is probably better in rallies. Seconds, all right. 64, 69, lol. Crushing is very good, yeah. Crushing is very, very good. You can really tell a difference when you are under the Crushing Impact enemy debuff or not. By the way, Saint Louis' commander skill looks very good when he activates it. I kind of like the animation there with the triple tornadoes. In a Cyrus run Mensa build, what ring should I use? Messenger of Destruction. Then you can use something like... If you are on a low budget, you can use Ring of Deer. It is very good. You can use Tranquil Water or Sage of Judgment as well. You know what's crazy? The incapacitation against turn-based skills is a complete cockblock for these heroes. If you get the incapacitation at the right time, you completely cockblock Martial Pikemen. Okay, so far it's doing pretty good. Interestingly enough, Belisarius seems to be holding the top damage there. But that's normal, that's thanks to Saint Louis damage buff there. Making a big difference. Without Saint Louis damage buff, Belisarius would not be top damage. That's a funny interaction there. Can you test from this Scipio Zhuge with the Ring of Iris? Nah, I think I tested it once and it wasn't that good. Yeah, exactly, Cop. Okay. So far we haven't been below the ratio of 2. It's been very consistent, I have to say. It's been very consistent. Not a lot of variation, even in the duration of fights, even in the repartition of damage. Well, I'm saying that, and for once we have more damage from this guy, but it's been very, very consistent. Yes, Triarch. Man, I still haven't finished my coffee, man. I'm trolling. Ah, it's cold. Yeah, I think if you play Saint Louis, way better as commander. Because you get the damage buff from Elizabeth's commander buffs. And he buffs Belisarius by a minimum 30%. This is a good report there. It's like what, a 2.2 perhaps? 2.3? 2.5? Jesus. Yes, I do believe he's gonna be great in rallies. Especially because in rallies, I think you can actually go with... I mean, if you're a whale, you can go with Skyward Knight on Elizabeth. You can go with Radiant Thunder, Radiant Guardian on Belisarius. And if your Radiant Guardian is like level 30 or something, you can drop the double attack perhaps to go with Crushing Impact. But I think it can also work for lower spenders without the need to go for Radiant Guardian. Radiant Guardian is not a necessity, I feel like. I mean, it's never been, to be fair. Just slap a Ring of Crow in there and you're good to go. Let's go to Tornadoes. Boom. Is it a 3-second incapacitation? Yes. It is extremely consistent, yeah. It is the one with the less variability I've had so far. Which is pretty interesting, because you would expect 2 DPSs with both of them having activation chances to have more randomness involved. But so far it's pretty stable. Maybe DJG instead of Elizabeth will change that. And I am expecting triple offensive to also have an impact on the randomness. His buff still passes to Bali? That's a bug then. Because he needs to be a commander to increase the next hero's damage by 10% with scaling. So if it works when he's not commander, it's probably a bug. At least this on this line. But oh well. Would that be the first bug we've ever seen? No, sir. It's funny because it is the lineup with the least resistance so far. Interesting. I mean, not the least resistance, but he kills so fast that he does more damage basically. It's a very high DPS lineup. Is this lineup good with 3-star heroes? Elizabeth is good at 3 stars, I believe. Yeah, her 5th star is not necessary. Belisarius' 5th star is very good though. Well, it's not that mandatory, I'd say. It's still good, it's a good 5th star, but it's not that excellent. Saint Louis' 5th star is pretty good though. Okay, 1.9. Would like to try Roland over Elizabeth DJG. Why not? But yeah. Have you tried Napoleon yet? Yeah, I tried it yesterday, yeah. Leonor, surely, I mean, she's a buff, right? No surprise there. But since it's a very ring-dependent lineup, it wasn't like an insane increase. I mean, like, I think I had like 30% better than the previous setup, so it's still pretty decent. But I have, like, we know this lineup scales way better with rings, so... Not a great report here. .4 maybe this one. 2.3. Holy fuck. Okay. We have some very high spikes, it looks like, from times to times. Yeah, the damage is very high. Yeah, when incapacitation hits, it becomes very, very interesting. Si on fait Saint-Louis 5, ouais, je pense que c'est... I think DJG needs to be 5 stars. I think that's the main difference between DJG and Elizabeth. Is that Elizabeth works okay at 3 stars, DJG, there's a real spike at 5. What would this be a good ring for this match? No, because Saint Louis is active based. Is not secondary strike. And since they are strategy heroes, you don't benefit from the normal attack buff either. Not as much, at least. Ooh, that's gonna be a nasty one too. Oh, okay, he's been lazy with activations now. Okay. Yeah, so far I have to say this is probably one of the lineups I've tested that feel the best in terms of damage dealt so far, from what I've tested. Excluding Ramses, perhaps. But Ramses is not a new hero, so... It feels good to play, let's just say that. You can see some of the Elizabeth healing as well. It's very nice. I think rings I will do off stream. Because rings is... Imagine what I just did. It's basically the same thing, but times 2, times 3, times 4, as many rings as I need to test. So it is very... It basically takes time, and it's not that I don't want to do it on stream, it is that usually when I do long series of tests, and when I say long I mean 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever, and you saw me, right? I think it was on Tuesday I did 8 hours, I didn't even notice the time go by. So usually when I do these long testings on rings, I watch a series nearby, like on my second monitor, because otherwise it makes my brain explode. What adornments would you run? Let's see. I think insight, first of all. If you can grab an insight, this would be great. I think insight is usually pretty good, regardless of who you know, of what lineup you have, especially because it gives you this advantage against active skills, especially against Ramses. Insight is a very cool defensive adornment. If you get lucky, resourceful is also very good. For both Saint Louis and Belisarius. Thunder's pretty not good. Resistance is okay in pretty much any case. Blood Rage I'm not a big fan. Stacked Armor is not very strong. Not a big fan of Blood Death. So yeah, I would say resource. Maybe if you're giga lucky, okay, like if you win lottery, double resourceful on your DPS and insight on your tank or resistance. Insight is superior to resistance for warrior pike. I think, and especially because soon we'll have only one DPS in the warrior pike lineup. I think Blood Death on Cyrus, insight on one of your tanks, and resistance on the other, I think is very good. That's how I will try to play my pike in the upcoming season. Oops, wait, I need to change skills. So let's try now with triple offensive on our lady. On Lady Blimey. Gambit, I think, is a chance to do additional damage or something. Let me check. And the adornments all there for attack. Attack on Belisarius and Saint Louis, and defense on Elizabeth. Gambit. Yeah, the thing is, this extra damage is not very good. I don't think you need it. Yeah, it's exactly the same as secondary strike. It's not good. I think Louis' issues to me is you need to get them to 50% and you just smash through them. Yeah, there's a good chance, yeah. But I think, realistically, Saint Louis' main issue is gonna be King Arthur. I mean, I think this is gonna be his main issue there. Oh, this was one of the openings of One Piece, I recognize. Where is your cat? I think they're both sleeping somewhere. What's up, Skilato? Salut Albator, merci d'être passé. Passe une bonne soirée. Even if St. Louis sells buffs, it's not enough of increase, just look too, but I might try if it is... Yeah, I mean, it's worth a try, right? But I feel like things like Gambit are much better in rallies, where you have time to apply the extra damage multiple times. Oh, that is true, side quest, that is very true. But I remember you did the test with Secondary Strike, thoroughly, and warned us to not build it. This was a scam. I'm doing pretty good, Skillato. What about you? So far the lineup is a bit less tanky, which is normal because we dropped Crushing Impact. But there is indeed an increase in DPS, which is normal because sometimes we increase the damage taken by the enemy. Yeah, the report system is underwhelming. That's another opening. And I need to write something. After this one, I'll probably take a very small break to write. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 60 more tests, 70. Because I need to write something to my dear alliance for the upcoming merge. I'll have time, I think. I'll be a bit tired, but I'll have time to make an announcement. Sleep well, bro. Get some rest, and see you soon, bro. Have some sweet dreams. Yeah, you can tell the incapacitation did not proc there. nor did triple offensive damage reduction, or increase of damage rather. $1.8, okay. What's up, Youssef? How are you doing? My fiancée comes back tomorrow. She had very good holidays with her family. Oh. Blimey. Yeah, so far it's doing very similar to Crushing Impact. Did you guys had any farewell to your servers? Yeah, we had a thing at the last Imperial City. You know, we made like, we wrote like our servers number and stuff like that. But other than that, you know, we remain a team. We are the same alliance. Same goals, same vibe. So... $2.6, right? Oh. That's a good question, Mr. DevDart. If I'm awake, why not? Why not? Could be interesting, yeah, I guess. So far, it's doing pretty similar to... It's doing pretty similar to Belisarius Ashoka Elizabeth. The difference being... survivability. This lineup's a tiny bit better thanks to Saint Louis' additional damage resistance when he gets low on life. That's the main difference I'm seeing so far. And it's without rings as well. I think Saint Louis, like pretty much every active hero, gets better with things like Skyward Knights. And I haven't tried DJG yet either. And I hope I'll be... I hope I won't be too sleepy to write an announcement to my alliance. Okay, if you allow me, side quest, I'll actually make the announcement right now because it's important. I don't want to fall asleep before having an announcement to 2119. Alright, there's gonna be a bit of a pause, guys. I'm sorry, but this is important. This is for my server, so this is part of my leader's tasks. It's One Piece lo-fi music. Yes, I'm sorry guys, I'm writing something for my alliance. It's important, the merge is tomorrow. So I just need to write something before continuing. Just let me make a small hiatus. Resourceful insight and gambit ready. Okay, perfect. Right. Try for the second resourceful. You could try. You could try, Mr. Wiley. How is TACT PIKE looking overall? Pretty good, pretty solid. Yeah, it's in 2 hours, but I mean, you know, by the time I finish my by the time I finish my tests, I'm afraid I might be sleepy to write something, you know what I mean? And I don't want to make it in a hurry, basically. So it's important for me to write a well-written message to my guys, to my alliance. Bro, people that make lo-fi remixes are... they're all gods on earth, bro. They're saviors. sorry guys, okay, let me see. Holy smokes, top 50 MGE Euro medals confirmed. Apparently, yes, it's confirmed by... It's been set by Munir, which is one of the community managers. San Luis, Suleiman and Jugelang. No, yeah, Archers will be tomorrow, I think, Deadly. It took a bit longer than I expected, Deadly, I'm sorry. What's up, Mustafa? Alright, I'm close to finished, guys. I need a couple of screenshots. Here we go. Oh, fuck. Okay, nice. Nearly finished, guys. Give me just a few minutes. I know there is lots of suspense. Alright. Sorry, lads. Okay. Here we go. So where was I? I have 2 battle reports to fill in, first of all. Okay, we had this 2.8, we have this 2.3. Okay, amazing. I played Suleiman Charlemagne and Theo. Any suggestion for Season 7? Who should I replace for free-to-play upgrade? I have not tested Archers yet, Indra. But there is a chance that you could replace... maybe Charlemagne? I'll have to test Indra. Tomorrow I'm gonna test Tactician Archers, so tomorrow I'll be able to give you a better answer. I don't want to say anything stupid right now if I have not tested it. Salut Jules. Alors Roland, alors faut savoir qu'il est buggé en Swarm déjà, il est buggé quand t'es en 1v3, 1v2. Son soin ne marche pas quand il se fait Swarm en fait. C'est pour ça qu'hier quand je le testais je voyais des 0 en soin. Mais en 1v1 il a l'air de soigner plutôt pas mal. Malgré cela, donc malgré le fait qu'il soigne 0, j'ai eu des meilleurs résultats en jouant Cyrus, Roland, Mensa qu'avec le setup que j'avais en saison 6. Donc c'est quand même encourageant. Et surtout en jouant double metal, donc qui est la petite strat que j'ai bien aimé jouer en saison 4 avec Mensa et Barbe, a des résultats obscènes. Genre la tankiness est particulièrement obscène. Ouais, je suis assez d'accord. Are you there, side quest? Maybe you want to make a coffee or something. Je t'en prie. Ouais, mais du coup, si Roland il est déjà meilleur que Vlad avec le soin à 0, je pense qu'il va vraiment être pas mal. Je pense qu'en fait, si tu le joues avec... je pense que du coup, c'est beaucoup plus intéressant maintenant d'avoir genre Blood Debt. Je crois que c'est Blood Debt hein, qui augmente les dégâts plus tu perds de vie. Sur Cyrus, ça devient vraiment intéressant. Et je pense que pour le coup, maintenant, avoir des anneaux qui buffent le commandant, style Dir, etc., je pense que ça devient très intéressant. Étant donné que Cyrus est ta seule source de dégâts avec ce combo. En gros, c'est exactement comme le combo Barbarossa, Barberousse et Mensa en saison 4, mais avec un héros qui est un peu meilleur, quoi. Ouais, tu peux le jouer cave du coup. Mais ouais, ça m'étonne pas que Vlad se dégage. Enfin, ça fait un bout de temps que je dis que voilà, s'il y a un nouveau héros, c'est Vlad qui dégage. Et du coup, voilà, Roland m'a prouvé juste. Just back. Welcome back, bro. I don't think he'll be nerfed. He's not... I mean, he's good, Roland. He's very good. The fact he has interaction with skills instead of just normal attacks makes him very good in terms of tankiness. Oh, 3.0. But I don't think he'll be nerfed. I've only played this game for 6 months. How long does it take to get selected for Pioneer? Do you have to place top 3 or something? So no, not at all, Meitang. Meitanog, sorry. You need to be on the what's it called? On the Discord server, on the official Discord server. And whenever they open the Pioneer server to players, there will be selection, so you can apply to said Pioneer server. And usually they select everyone. There's exceptions. Or in my case, because my Discord server is partnered, I guess you could say, with AoEM, I had like 50 codes, I think, to give away for this Pioneer server. So it's not linked to being a good player or anything, it's just linked to, you just have to apply on Discord. What's up, Cop? I just came back as well, I just finished my my alliance message. What's your favorite adornment for Lubu, Timur, Zhao? For Lubu it would be Secondary Strike. For Zhao it would be... what's the name? What's the name again? Chainslayer. Chainslayer is great, is amazing on Zhao. And on Timur you can use Rally, but it takes some time to activate. Or Resistance. Resistance overall is an amazing choice. You can type !Discord as well, Meitanog, to join my Discord server if you want, or anyone else at that. I'm saying this because, like I said, I had 50 keys to give away, so you could have been one of the selected players. Well, actually, there was no selection. I had 50 people DM me, and the first 50 people to DM me just got a key, so... Okay, we're gonna see DJG afterwards. DJG I'm gonna try with and without... I don't think... No, I'm not gonna try Peaceful Haven, because she proved to not activate it very much. You mean Boiling Blood for Lubu? Boiling Blood is good, but Secondary Strike is also good, and Secondary Strike is only a 12% chance to drop, unlike Boiling Blood, which is 1%. I think SideQuest did more extensive tests on Boiling Blood and Secondary Strike, and I think you found Boiling Blood to be a tad bit better, if I'm not mistaken. But I also think that you said... what's it called? Secondary Strike was not too bad. Okay, DJG, here we go. Kind of similar results between Triple Offensive and Crushing Impact, interestingly enough. Oh, sorry, Shadow Chaser. Yeah, my bad. Mr. Wiley. Shadow Chaser on Lubu. Yeah, sorry. My bad. I messed up the names. Alright, so last test with Saint Louis Belisarius DJG, and then we're gonna try Saint Louis Cyrus just for the fun of it. Boiling Blood is good for rallies. Yeah, we can see DJG does not do as good as Elizabeth, which is logical here again because Elizabeth benefits a lot from having 2 DPS. DJG does not particularly do better depending on the number of DPSs she has in her formation. But again, she tanks a lot more, so this may be better in rallies, I don't know. The healing is kind of crazy on DJG. Isn't we much better than Ashoka in this lineup? I wouldn't say it's much better. With no rings, it's pretty similar, I would say. But I do believe the Saint-Louis Belisarius variation is better because you're a bit more tanky overall for the same amount of damage, I would say. And I also think that the Saint-Louis lineup benefits more from rings than without. I think Belisarius, Ashoka, and Elizabeth lineup is good with nothing because Ashoka provides activation chances, a bit of damage as well. Elizabeth provides healing and damage. So, you know, there's a bit of everything in one. Whereas Saint-Louis does not have any activation bonuses, Belisarius does not either without Ashoka. So I feel like rings have a greater impact on this particular lineup. So I think this lineup will scale better with investment, if that makes sense. So I have a feeling that whenever I try rings, this one's gonna do better. Is the battle pass gonna get reset? I have no idea. I've heard everything and its opposite. Altemi, so honestly I don't know. Lobo DJG plus Zhao is currently stronger Scarf March. If you're a whale, yes, I would say so. Okay, yeah, the DJG March is clearly not impressive. I mean, our tankiness is impressive, but the loss in damage is astounding. Because Elizabeth, the good thing about Elizabeth is this. Let me show you. Where is she? The good thing about Elizabeth is that she increases the damage of all of your troops by 20% with scaling. So that's roughly 60%. We have a chance to ignore the enemies. I mean, we have a chance to like take into account the enemy's weak spot, I guess. So having double DPS with her is extremely beneficial. I was also thinking about keeping Ashoka for pikes and moving Saint-Louis to archers. It is probably doable. I have not tested archers yet. It's gonna be tomorrow or Friday. So only then will I be able to say that Saint-Louis provides more in archers than he does on pikes, or the opposite. Salut Kabil, comment tu vas? How are you, Mr. Fadzi, by the way? And we have 66 likes. Can we go to 6-7? To be fair, Ashoka with max weapon is pretty good. That is true. But the thing is, Ashoka does not buff Saint-Louis. But Ashoka is a very good raw hero. That's why the formation Belisarius, Ashoka, Elizabeth does so well too. It's a very good base lineup with nothing, as we saw. We had great results with no rings, no nothing, no gear or anything like that. Thank you, Mr. Fadzi. But Maxed Serpent is goated anyway. Maxed Serpent is an amazing setup. Did you test Sun Tzu with Confucius and Theodora? I don't think I have, but I can already say that this would not be as good as a configuration with Charlemagne's skull. Charlemagne really is the cornerstone for Sun Tzu. Or maybe I'm wrong actually. So maybe I'll give it a shot, because I don't want to say something that may be wrong. But I don't think I've tested Theodora, no, with Confucius. I haven't. So I'll give it a shot probably. I don't know when exactly, maybe again tomorrow. But one thing I've noticed is that Charlemagne is really beneficial to Sun Tzu, just as he is for Suleiman as well. I think Saint Louis, Cyrus, Elizabeth is going to be very funny to test, even if Cyrus does not activate Elizabeth's healing because it's passive damage. But that's gonna be funny to see, regardless. Oh! Here's a cat. Okay. She's making biscuits. Let me show you something. Let me show you what I woke up to today. Give me a second. I woke up to this today. Like, yeah, DJG heals a lot, but she doesn't have that damage buff that's needed. I feel like once the Pioneer server is over, I'm gonna stream some funny solo player game or whatever, just to, you know, to empty my head of all of these tests, because while I enjoy testing, if you do something too much, you end up not liking it anymore. Yes, I think you're right, Madzi. Ashoka is one of the few tactician strategy damage dealing heroes with excellent might scaling. Yep. Ashoka would be even better if he had actual support skills too, like customizable skills. That's always something I regretted about him. Well, this is Nico Robin's theme when she's in NES lobby. It feels kind of good to see Elizabeth still be decent. I mean, actually very good. For the reason that she's MGE. Same goes for Ashoka, by the way. Especially for lower spending players. When you invest on a hero during a MGE to get him, unlock him, star him up, etc. It's better when the hero lasts. You think they will ever rework a hero? No, I don't think so. Or if they do, they will only improve him. Or maybe they do a system like they do in the Chinese version with like refine heroes or whatever. Because the reason they cannot really rework or nerf as well is very complicated. Because people pay money for these heroes. So nerfing or something like that would cause an uproar, basically. Yeah, SP versions, yeah. Ah, guys, what is this? Actually a pretty good remix too. Yeah, I did test without Peaceful Haven and it was way better without Peaceful Haven. She doesn't activate it enough for it to be useful, sadly. I think she needs something like Falcon or Sage of Judgment, or maybe even better, maybe what's the name again? Lily. I think Lily might be good. It's hard for me to get Elena Shoka. I currently have 72 million. So I'm glad they lasted this long. Yeah, 100%. And the good thing about Ellie again is she doesn't need to be 5 stars, contrary to DJG, I feel like. If I should cut Rending Covenant from Tomaris, it would be good, yeah. Yeah, Rending Covenant is such a wasted potential on Tomaris. Well, Tomaris actually is a wasted potential of a hero. She has Tavern Scaling, as you can see here, with the +2. And she was like pay to win. I mean, you had to spend like Napoleon for her. They did her dirty. What's up, Fears? How are you? What theme is that? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's Luffy when he's pissed. Seven more, sorry, on this one. My friends convinced me to play on older servers instead of starting in a new one. Really? Oh, had you stopped the game before? So you may meet in the future. Alright. So you're gonna buy another account, or you're gonna play your older one? Wow, this one is pretty rough. Bye. You're gonna buy like a Kraken account or a smaller one? You're gonna become Kraken Fears. Were you on... What was your server before? Were you on server 13? I don't remember actually. I feel like it's been quite some time since you played the game, no? Since you last played the game, sorry. Mid 1 could be good. Alright. $75, okay. What's up, Freya? You played with Junie on 16, holy. And that is an achievement. Not everyone gets to play with Junie and lives to tell the tale. I can tell you that much. How much is prices on Kraken's account? The lowest I've seen is 5k. GG or Elizabeth. So far, Elizabeth does better. My start was very rough, fighting 2 wells with 150 million early. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. Ellie or Louis as commander? Louis. Saint Louis. 75 was very wild. I've never seen 75, nor have I played with or against them. I do not know. I don't think I know anyone from 75. No worries, Joe. Is it Joe or Joey? Joe Isaac, maybe? Four more. How are you anticipating your merge, Freya? You're with 200, right? I've seen, I think. And I forgot who. Joseph? Okay. 5k USD gets you what kind of power on an old server? The Kraken's account I've seen for 5k had like a King Arthur lineup that were 45 million or 40 million, something like that. So honestly, pretty good. That's like a 200 million account or something. Ah yes, with 206 as well. That's a very solid server. I got some buddies there. Hello Sig, what's up Jorgos? Just joined the crew. How's Blue Pikes doing in tests? So far, Saint Louis Belisarius Elizabeth, yep, is doing as good as Belisarius Ashoka Elizabeth, but it is with no rings, and I do feel like with rings, and actually I'm pretty sure that with rings, this lineup is going to be way better than the Ashoka Elizabeth variation. If I gave someone 5k USD for an account, what kind of power they would be at? Not a lot. I mean, they would be at a lot of power, but they would not have King Arthur at 45 million. Just King Arthur 5-star himself is $8k. How are you feeling about the world on 119? Pretty good, pretty solid. 119s belong in 35. What's up, Hilm? Oh, it's right, sorry, Hilm. What am I saying, bro? Yeah, I would love to be in 35, bro. This has been... disappointing, but, you know. What's disappointing is that I know for a fact that some servers asked to be put together. I know it. They've said it. They owned it. And we did ask to be put together and we were cast aside. And I know the reason is because... well, actually, I'm not gonna say that, but I had a discussion with some devs about that, and they gave me a reason why our server was not merged with stronger servers in quotation marks. Basically told us, well, I'm gonna say it. Basically told us that they didn't want to merge B tier servers with S tier servers. So yeah, that's why we were denied merges with 35. Between other things, I mean, among other things. Sorry. Will you go to 35 next migration? I don't know, it's too early to think about that, and we don't know any rules or whatever. Yeah, I kind of share the same idea, Freya. I think merges were necessary. Like, merges needed to happen, so I'm very happy about merges. I would have done them differently, but that doesn't mean I think merges should not happen. You see what I mean? I've been asking for merges for a long time, so I'm very happy we have merges. Do I think forced merges were the way to go? I don't think so. Especially because we can see that devs are favorites. Right? The only person you see like being very happy about merges are people that have been put in excellent brackets. The so-called S tier servers. And most of these players do not want to understand that they are not the only ones, you know, playing the game, and others should also have a chance to choose when they can go. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna try something funky. That's most likely going to be the last test. If this one is trash, I'm not gonna force on it. So if the first couple of tests are not conclusive, concluent, I don't know how you say that, I will drop them most likely. I'm trying with Elizabeth first because again, she benefits a lot from the double DPS because of that damage buff increase, damage increase, 20% strategy bonus. There's a chance that there is a chance that Cyrus actually deals the most damage out of the two here. And Cyrus is also gonna be buffed by Saint Louis. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I completely agree, Freya. I think they could have merged like a server below 100, a server above 100, and you know, maybe make it more interesting. I don't know. What's up, 10 team? The different significance on Sunway Commander versus Baseline Belly? Not really, but again, this is without rings. And I have a feeling that with rings, it's gonna be way better with Saint Louis. Okay, this is not very good. Yeah, I know it doesn't work. I mean, it does work, but I know Elizabeth does not regen from Cyrus's damage. They actually nerfed that after I did the tests on beta servers back in the days. Because at first it used to work. It was absolutely broken, so they nerfed it. Saying it was a display issue. Okay, so this is trash. Just gonna mark down that result. I'm gonna try with DJG just to give it a shot, and it's probably gonna be the same result. I'm not expecting it to work. But just for science... Perfect similarity LDR on Confucius and Roland. Roland is good, yeah. And he's good despite being bugged in Swarm. He's a great replacement to Vlad. And Confucius is okay, but he's not as strong as Zhuge Liang from my early thoughts. If you play Ramses, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang seems to be the new go-to. The thing is, Ring of Lion is not bad, but Ring of Daisy is so good on Lubu that you don't want to use anything else. Daisy is way better than Lion or anything else you could try. Then you're gonna be happy, Freya, because what's it called? Confucius did better for me than Scipio. How tanky is that lineup though? $73 seconds, holy. 45k healing, my god. Sleep well, Mazzy. I think I'm gonna stop there anyway, because the Cyrus tests are funny, but they are not they do not bring me anywhere, so I'm not gonna... So yes, Saint Louis I feel like it's gonna be pretty interesting. So most likely something like so. Here we go. Something like that. I feel like this is gonna be pretty good in rallies too. So I would play something like Skyward Knight here. Here maybe Radiant Guardian or something, but very expensive. If no Radiant Guardian, maybe Ring of Crow. Tranquil Water or whatever. Lofty Mountain as well would be, I think, very good, very beneficial. Yeah, so Skyward Knight seems like a necessity. Lofty and something else here. Sub-Zero, well, this one. Sleep well, Madzi, and see you soon, bro. Honestly, I would not take Radiant Guardian over... If you have the choice, it's better to pick Skyward Knight than Radiant Guardian. Do you have any idea if the new Citadel theme that interacts in a standard priced theme? Or it's most likely gonna be much more expensive than a standard build. Alright, I'm gonna stop there for today. How long has it been? 4 hours, bro. I don't see time fly when doing this. No worries, Freya. It's absolutely crazy. Like, I don't feel like it's been 4 hours. It's a very nasty trap to fall into. But yeah, here we go. We only... Well, the tactician archers are gonna be a big chunk. Yeah, that was 4 hours, mate. Tactician archers are gonna be a big chunk. I'll see if I'm motivated enough to do all of them tomorrow, and if, of course, side quest is there. That's gonna also depend on that. But yeah, pretty good session otherwise. I'm kind of pleased with Saint Louis. He's not as explosive as I would have expected, but he feels very balanced. And I have a very good feeling about him. I feel like with rings and stuff like that, he's gonna be a very good hero to have. Of course, until he runs across a King Arthur and gets completely shut down, but you know, such is life in the tactician pikeman life. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We got another testing chunk of tests done for the 1v1s at least, so we are nearly done for that. Then I'm gonna have to do the swarming, most likely off stream. And then the rings, I don't think I'll have time to do any of the rings. I'll try to do so, but it's gonna be very difficult. So I wish you guys a good day or good night, wherever you live. I'll most likely stream tomorrow, depending on my availability and that of side quest. So yes, see you soon, guys. Thanks for being here. And see you soon. Bye, everyone.